Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning. Would you make your appearances, please?"
Mr. Horton said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Justin Horton, Ryan Finkel, Juliana Murray, Micah Ferguson for the government. We're joined by paralegal Isabel Loftus and Robert Stout from the FBI.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Sid Kamraju and Scott Skirick on behalf of Mr. Guo. My understanding is Mr. Guo is just in the bathroom.
The court said, "All right. So we'll wait till he comes out. Please be seated."
Defendant present.
The court said, "So last night the defense submitted a letter with respect to hearsay exceptions, which deserves a lot of attention, and I'd like to discuss the 3 hearsay exceptions which they mention. I know that the prosecution has not yet responded to the letter. So the first exception mentioned is statements that are offered for their impact on the defendant, and as an example, defense counsel mentions a conversation concerning misuse of funds. So we had one witness, Mr. Zhou, who spoke about a video conference where the misuse of funds was raised. How is it that Mr. Guo's statements about the misuse of funds would have an impact on him?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Your Honor, just for the record, Mr. Guo is now here at counsel's table. I think you have to take those 2 in tandem, Your Honor, the first example we gave and the second example we gave." Example.
The court said, "But I want you to stick with the first."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Okay."
The court said, "Impact on the defendant."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Sure." So an example of that, Your Honor, would be, if the defendant said, "Oh, my gosh. I can't believe the funds were stolen," then that is evidence of the impact that other people's statements had on him.
The court said yes, but we're talking about the witness speaking about Mr. Guo's statements about misuse of funds. That's what I thought you were getting at.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Well, my point, Your Honor, is, in the example I just gave. Mr. Guo's statement was made in response to another party's statement, right? And so his statement is evidence of the impact that the speaker's statement had on him. It caused." In that specific example, and again, as we said in our letter, we're not trying to revisit any of those rulings. But if it caused Mr. Guo to take an action, right, if it caused him to make a phone call, right. If it caused him to say something or send a direction. That is evidence of impact that it had on Mr. Guo.
The court said, "So I'd like to hear from the government about that."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Yes, Your Honor. So the way this typically works, this kind of state of mind exception, would be."
The court said, "This is impact on the defendant."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Correct."
The court said yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, which would be someone, an out-of-court declarant, saying something to the defendant. Not the defendant saying something to other people.
The court said yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, "That's the framework."
The court said the word impact. It necessarily means that an individual is the object of something. You are being impacted by, you are receiving the action.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Yes. Yes, Your Honor. But where I'm going is that the statement. The defendant's statement can still be evidence of the impact that someone else's statement has on him, right? I'm not quibbling with the fact that impact suggested a third party's acting in a way that is influencing Mr. Guo. I'm just saying that Mr. Guo's statement can be evidence of that influence."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Just briefly, Your Honor."
The court said yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, "If that were the rule, or if that were the exception, it would swallow the rule. Because it's hard to imagine a situation where an actor, the defendant, is not speaking in response to something. And so if any time he speaks, it's evidence of his state of mind. Then you're basically disregarding the hearsay rules for anything the defendant said, because you could always say, well, anything he said is reflective of his state of mind. That's not the way the rules of evidence work. It's not how the hearsay rules work. There are cases like the ones they cited where something is said to the defendant and that had an effect on the defendant. Or at least the defense is entitled to argue that it did, and that out-of-court statement comes in. And it's not the case that any time the defendant spoke, It's a reflection of his state of mind, and it can disregard the hearsay rules to have the defendant essentially testify without taking the stand throughout the trial. It's not an opposing party statement, like when the government elicits the defendant's statements. And the hearsay rules preclude them from doing that. It's kind of trial 101, Your Honor.
Mr. Comraju said, well, so, first of all, I think de Maria addressed that argument that Mr. Ferguson just made. But the state of mind exception, which is not the one that Your Honor was asking about, but the state of mind exception has a carve-out built into it. So that's what Mr. Ferguson is talking about. Your Honor is focused on impact, the impact part of our letter. My point is simply that if there is a statement made by the defendant that is being offered for a reason other than its truth. And so in that case we were using it as an example of impact. But a statement that evinces his desire to do something in response to a statement.
The court said no, but we're talking about a witness who is quoting your client. The witness says, Mr. Guo said we should investigate the misuse of funds.
Mr. Comraju said, right.
The court said, so the question is, how does Mr. Guo's statement impact himself?
Mr. Comraju said, but that, I don't think, respectfully, Your Honor. I don't think our formulation is that Mr. Guo's statement impacts himself. I think our formulation is that Mr. Guo's statement is evidence of the impact that another statement had on him. That's not being offered for the truth, that's being offered for solely the reaction that it caused in Mr. Guo.
The court said, but in this case, your position is that Mr. Guo indeed wanted to have an investigation carried out against Sarah Wei. And so isn't it being offered for the truth of the matter asserted? That he's directing that an investigation be undertaken, and that's part of your defense?
Mr. Comraju said, no, Your Honor, because that would fall, in our view, into the second example we gave. Which is an order or direction, and an order or direction is not hearsay.
The court said, well, so we're in the command exception now. I was in the impact exception. So,
Mr. Comraju said, well, I'm sorry, Your Honor. My apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt.
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Comraju said, no. I only brought up the command because Your Honor brought up the concept of investigation of Sarah Wei. So that was just the example that we used in connection with the second prong. So that's why I went to the command angle of it.
The court said, right. The statement, I understand that there may be a misuse of funds and that should be investigated. That in and of itself is not a command. If he states, you should investigate it, you must undertake an investigation. That is a command.
Mr. Comraju said, well, that's what we were trying to elicit was that he did say this should be looked into.
The court said, I understand the command exception. I just don't comprehend the impact exception that you're making out. And I invite you to submit authority that discusses a defendant's own statement's impact on himself.
Mr. Comraju said, I don't think I'll have that authority, Your Honor, because that's not our, as I think Your Honor knows. Because that's not our argument.
The court said, well, your argument is that the defendant's statement reflects the impact another person's statement had on him.
Mr. Comraju said, so maybe I can try to do a clearer example. And I recognize that is not this case. But I'm just trying to use what might be a familiar example. In support of a duress defense, right? A defendant may be able to say, or you may be able to elicit testimony from a third-party witness that another party threatened the defendant unless they took the action that the government charged them with. Right? That could come in as a state of mind, but it could also come in as an example of impact. Now the way the defendant's statement in that scenario might come in is, if the defendant says, oh, no. I'm terrified of that. If they expressed fear, right? That would be evidence of the impact that the threatener's statement is having on the defendant. And that's how you make out a duress defense, right, in the absence of the defendant's testimony. So that's an example of a defendant's statement being an example of the impact that it had on him. Which is our formulation. We're not trying to say that Mr. Guo's statements impacted himself in some way. I recognize that that would be circular.
The court said, okay. So I'll hear from the government with respect to the defense contention that commands are exceptions to the hearsay rule. And I will permit you, of course, to do your own research. I know that you may not have completed that yet.
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor. Just as a general matter, that's correct. I think as everyone recognizes, the devil is in the details at times. And just to take an example, the one that we were discussing just a moment ago. Your Honor, a statement like, this should be investigated, that is close to a command but not exactly. The command would be, investigate this. But some kind of general pontificating on this should be investigated is not, I don't think that. You know, we're kind of dealing with these examples on the fly. I don't think that would fall under the command exception. But as a general principle, it is correct, you know. Mr. Kamraju is correct that commands are not hearsay.
The court said, all righty. So I don't recall how, during Mr. Zhou's testimony, any command was dealt with by myself. I just don't recall it in the transcript. And so we can go back and we certainly can alter my ruling to reflect the command exception to the hearsay rule. But I of course invite you to review the transcript and identify where that took place.
Mr. Kamraju said, well, that's fine, Your Honor. We're happy to do it. We're happy to identify the places for the court. We truly intended this to be a prospective issue simply because given the government's hearsay objections, we expect that this is going to come up over and over again. So it's not that we're requesting the court go back and revise any of its rulings. That witness has been excused. We're not asking to call him back or anything like that. Just given what we've seen in the 3500 material, what we anticipate our cross-examination being, and given the government's perspective on hearsay, we just wanted to be clear so that the court had our position for the record.
The court said, all right. So now we go to the state of mind exception. If you could explain your position on that.
Mr. Kamraju said, yes, Your Honor. So the state of mind, so obviously, the case we cited, United States v. De Maria. The state of mind exception is triggered and the defendant's statement is offered to prove their then existing state of mind. It cannot, just by rule, as everyone knows, be used to introduce a statement about a past remembered belief. So from our perspective, if Mr. Guo made a statement like, I'll use the De Maria example again. So in De Maria, when the agents came to arrest him, the defendant said, why are you guys here? I'm just here to get some cheap cigarettes. So the court in that case said that is indicative of his state of mind for why he thought he was there.
The court said for?
Mr. Kamraju said, why the defendant believes he was there. That was his state of mind, his present existing state of mind for why he was there. So from our perspective, there could be similar testimony where we could cross-examine a witness who might make a statement, for example, about Mawa, right, and Mr. Guo's belief at the time, during the period of the conspiracy, about Mawa and its use. That, and again, we'd have to see what the testimony is, but that would be an example of a state of mind exception.
The court said, so you're saying that if a witness were on the stand and the witness states Mr. Guo said the premises is used for these given purposes, that statement should come in to show his state of mind?
Mr. Kamraju said, at the time, Your Honor, yes. It cannot come in, if we tried to elicit testimony that said, you know. In 2023 he's reflecting back on a purchase from 2021, we're not saying that is a state of mind exception. But for his present, then existing state of mind, yes.
The court said, I'll hear from the government on that.
Mr. Ferguson said, again, very difficult to deal in the abstract with this, but we are concerned, as we said at the outset, that the defense's interpretation of this exception would swallow the rule such that pretty much anything the defendant said ever, they could elicit through, offer through our witnesses. That's not the way the hearsay exception works. Your Honor, it's very difficult to address it in the abstract, and we haven't had much time to digest their letter. But I think there's a real concern that the exception would swallow the rule.
The court said, so I want to understand when a hearsay statement, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Guo would not be showing his state of mind. Give me an example of that.
Mr. Kumraju said, well, I mean, first of all, the rule defines an example of that, right? Which is past recollections. That's one example, right? But let me put it this way. What the government's argument basically collapses to is that the court should read out the state of mind exception because they think it's too broad. That's not the way that works.
The court said, well, the court is trying to figure out when the court should read in the exception.
Mr. Kumraju said, well, I agree, and as I said, Your Honor, it certainly turns on the particular statement. So my example was one of, during the period of the conspiracy, when they say renovations are happening, right? If Mr. Guo says, oh, you know, I like this for the G Club's members or whatever, first of all, that's relevant, right? And secondly, it shows his then existing state of mind during a relevant time period, not in the past. We're not talking about future action, which is a separate hearsay exception. We're talking about at that moment in time, that's what Mr. Guo believes, right? So to me, trying to determine what is read in, and Your Honor is right, you can't do that in the abstract. But I think the example I just gave, then it is very clearly then existing state of mind.
The court said, we'll revisit this. We'll revisit this. And of course the government will have an opportunity to submit authority on this, and of course I invite you, Mr. Kumraju, to submit any further authority to guide the court.
Mr. Kumraju said, I appreciate that, Your Honor, and I'll certainly try.
The court said, is there anything else before we have the jurors come in?
Mr. Kumraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, it's not, I don't believe it's pressing before the jury comes in, Your Honor. But the defense did submit a motion for reconsideration of Your Honor's expert rulings. You know, I think we would ask to have at least until Monday to file a response to that, Your Honor.
The court said, that's fine.
Mr. Ferguson said, and secondly, just one housekeeping matter that I will keep short. I think given the schedule, we probably won't get to the testimony of Mr. Shemel Medrano. He's a summary witness of the government, introducing a large volume of videos and G News posts. That was the subject of our letter that Your Honor ruled on yesterday. He's introducing a summary chart that's a little over 200 pages. And we prepared hard copy binders for the court, for the jury, for defense, and also for the court reporters. That we would, I don't think we'll get to his testimony today, but wanted to just alert the court to that, you know, prior to his testimony. We might want to put those binders underneath the jurors' chairs or hand them out at the beginning. If that was all right with Your Honor.
The court said, that's fine.
Mr. Ferguson said, the one other thing with that testimony is there's so many exhibits that we'll be offering pursuant to stipulations that we're grateful for the defense in helping us reach agreement on. That we were hoping to hand out just a page listing out all the government exhibits so the court reporter and the court can follow along while I read them out. If that is also all right with Your Honor.
The court said, very handy. Thank you.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
The court said, we are going to have our sidebars on this side of the bench going forward.
Mr. Kumraju said, that makes sense to us, Your Honor. It's a little close to the witness and the jury otherwise.
The court said, all right. So we will return at 9:30.
All counsel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Recess.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, if I may just raise something briefly before the jury comes in.
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Horton said, we were handed a document a moment ago that we understand the defense intends to offer through Ms. Maistrello. It is a document that post-dates her employment. We don't think there's any way that she can authenticate it. It post-dates her employment. There's no author indicated on the document except Golden Spring Limited. It appears to be a corporate document. So setting aside the authentication issue, although that's, of course, a threshold issue, This is a two-page statement of the defendant's agent. It's exactly the kind of hearsay that we've been talking about. And it's clearly offered for its truth. It's a two-page explanation of the purpose of the security team at Golden Spring. So we want to bring that to the court's attention and object to it.
The court said, "So is the defense planning to use it to refresh her recollection?"
Mr. Horton said, "Well, it post-dates her employment, Anne."
The court said, "Yes, but anything can be used to refresh a recollection."
Mr. Horton said, "Of course. I understand."
The court said, "That would, of course, be the only reason that document could be put before the witness, and I know that Ms. Schroff knows that."
Ms. Schroff said, "I do know that, Your Honor. That is exactly what I would use the document for. Thank you."
The court said, "Okay. All righty. Please have the jurors brought in."
Continued on next page. Jury present.
Ms. Schroff said, "Your Honor, I believe we're missing one person."
The court said, "The witness?" Yes, the witness will also come in. Good morning, jurors."
The juror said, "Good morning."
The court said, "Welcome back. Please be seated. Good morning. And remember that you're still under oath. You may continue with the cross-examination."
Ms. Schroff said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Karin Maistrello resumed. Cross-examination continued. By Ms. Schroff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You testified on direct, right, that you were going to refer to Mr. Guo's boss through these proceedings. Correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Sustained."
And Mr. Guo also went by the name Ho-Wan Kwok, correct?
Yes.
Would you keep your voice up for me, please?
I'll do my best.
Thank you. And the name Ho-Wan Kwok is his Hong Kong name, correct?
Cantonese name.
Right. It's his Cantonese name, right?
Yes.
You can just pull that towards you if you want, the microphone.
No, I'm good.
And that's the name that appears on his Hong Kong passport, correct?
I do not remember.
Well, you made travel arrangements for him, right?
I did.
You made hotel bookings for him, correct?
Not with his name.
I cannot hear you.
The court said, "All righty. So shall we try the handheld microphone instead then?"
Not using his name.
Not using the name Ho-Wan Kwok?
I never used his name to make reservations.
Okay. And you knew that he had a political asylum in the name of Ho-Wan Kwok, correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
I do not remember the name used.
You knew he had a political asylum application pending, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, relevance."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Now it's fair to say, right, that your employee contract was with Golden Springs, correct?
Golden Spring.
And you testified on direct that when you took the job, your understanding was that Golden Spring was a managed asset management company, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you took the job, nobody told you where those assets came from, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not know whether the assets came from the Middle East, correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
I did not know.
And you knew at some point that the assets came from Golden Spring, Hong Kong, correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor. We covered this yesterday."
The court said, "Sustained."
You told the FBI that you had knowledge that the assets flowing into Golden Spring, New York came from both the Middle East.
Mr. Horton said, "Same objection, Your Honor."
Ms. Schroff said, "I hadn't finished question."
The court said, "Please continue."
And from Golden Spring, Hong Kong, correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Same objection, Your Honor. This was covered yesterday."
The court said, "Overruled."
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You told the FBI that you were aware that the assets in Golden Spring, New York came from both the Middle East and Hong Kong, correct?
I knew there were transfers from Golden Spring, Hong Kong to Golden Spring, New York, yes.
And you also knew that there were transfers from the Middle East to Golden Spring, New York, and you told the FBI that, correct? You remember that?
I knew that there were transfers to various companies.
Right. And by transfer, you mean money coming in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you recall telling the FBI that you were perfectly aware that those transfers paid for Mr. Guo's personal and political expenses, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can help you refresh your recollection.
The court said, "One moment, please. Go ahead."
Does that document refresh your recollection?
I've never seen this document before.
Let me try it this way.
The court said, "We're getting a little bit of feedback here and so."
Ms. Schrofa said, "I know."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Ma'am, you recall your meetings with.
The court said, "All right. We're still getting the feedback. All right. Let's try again."
Does this document refresh your recollection?
Are you referring to a specific paragraph?
Sure. The paragraph I hope that is now highlighted for you.
The court said, "So you're not to read anything out loud. The question is whether or not the document refreshes your recollection."
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Okay. You can take that down." And when you started at Golden Spring, Mr. Guo asked you to research something called DDoS attacks. Do you remember that?
I do.
And what are DDoS attacks? Could you tell the jury, please?
Those were cyber attacks that, according to Boss, were done by the CCP to his platforms.
And there were also attacks to Golden Spring platforms, correct?
What do you mean by Golden Spring platforms?
I mean emails to Golden Spring.
What I was asked to investigate was specifically about Guo Media, not Golden Spring.
Okay. So you were asked to look into or investigate the distributed denial of service attacks on Guo Media platforms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that along with the help of a gentleman named Raj Benraj, PH, correct? Or is it Ben Raja? I'm not sure.
Raj is his name.
Right. That's his first name, right? And Benraj is his last name? Do you recall that?
No, that is not his last name.
And there was also an ongoing concern about the email addresses used by Golden Spring, correct?
I don't know about that.
You don't recall William Gertz being on the board and asking for Proton Mail to be used?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection."
The court said, "Sustained."
Do you know who William Gertz is?
I do.
Who is that?
He is a journalist and he was a member of Rule of Law Society Board.
Right. And that's the board that you served on, correct? Rule of Law Society Board, right?
That's correct.
You had nothing to do with Rule of Law Foundation, correct?
I was not on that board, no.
Right. You had no job on that in that nonprofit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's just go back to the email system used while communicating with you as a Golden Spring employee, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Gertz, as a board member, talking to you about which email system to use?
I don't remember.
Do you remember getting an email from Mr. Gertz saying that he felt that Proton Mail was more secure because of the cyber attacks experienced by both Golden Spring and by Rule of Law Society?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor." Hearsay.
The court said, "Ms. Schroff, do not elicit hearsay testimony."
Ms. Schrofa said, "Your Honor, it's not going for the truth, it's simply going to show."
The court said, "If you're going to make an objection, or respond to an objection, you need to do it at the sidebar."
Ms. Schrofa said, "Okay. I apologize, Your Honor."
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, "So what is the purpose of the question?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "Well, Your Honor, the government elicited that Proton Mail was used. I can't remember whose direct this was on. But Proton Mail was somehow used because people wanted to maintain secrets. I'm entitled to show that there were, 1. Concerns about the cybersecurity at both Golden Spring and the cybersecurity issues at Rule of Law Society. That she was aware of the cyber issues. One of the board members had specifically asked to use Proton Mail to have secure engagement. The document is not being offered for the truth. The documents are also email exchanges between her and the board, maintained in the regular course of business, which would also be an exception to the hearsay rule. So for those reasons, I asked her whether or not she had an awareness that one of her board members wanted to use Proton Mail. and I asked her if she could recall it, and if she can't recall it, I'm entitled to refresh her recollection. That's what I was trying to ask.
Mr. Horton said, so we did not elicit testimony about the purpose, if any, of using proton mail. It came in through
Louis Bonsukin, who was a salesperson or a customer representative at a car dealership in Texas, who testified the fact of a proton email address in a document that we discussed with him. The car dealership certainly doesn't know the purpose for which anybody outside of the dealership was using that proton email. So that testimony did not come in the way it was described. Ms. Schroff did elicit that, Ms. Maistrello had heard from Bill Gertz that he wanted to use proton mail. That's in. This further long statement about Bill Gertz talking at length about the reason he wanted to use it and Bill Gertz's thoughts and Bill Gertz's statements, that's hearsay, and that's why it's coming in. It's coming in to prove the truth of what Bill Gertz, who is not here, was saying.
Ms. Schroff said, it's coming in to show that the government, when it elicited the fact that purchase of the car was made through a proton mail address, therefore asking the jury to infer that use of a proton mail, and I didn't bring up proton mail questions. I'm almost 100% sure it came out on this direct somehow, that the jury should infer that that was a sign of a nefarious transaction. I am not seeking to introduce what Bill Gertz said because, frankly, the only thing the man did say is, let's use proton mail, which is the only fact I wanted to bring out and show that one of the board of directors, who is outside of any influence of Miles Guo, used proton mail. That's the most basic fact I was seeking to elicit. And again, the email exchanges are all.
The court said, I want to go back to your question about whether she received an email from this individual in which he said X. My recollection is that I sustained the objection and so that it is not in.
Mr. Horton said, I think there was, I may be remembering this incorrectly. I thought there was a question unrelated to the email about whether she knew if somebody had used proton mail. Just the simple knowledge of whether she knew person X used proton mail. I thought that had come in. I think the point is not, just to be clear, that the proton mail is not relevant. It's that this is hearsay and it's about Bill Gertz's purposes.
The court said yes. I'm excluding his statements. But also, I think that you're implying that the mere use of proton mail implies something.
Ms. Schroff said, no. They implied that to another witness. I was cleaning it up.
The court said no, they did not. They merely stated that the dealership received an email from proton mail, an individual using proton mail. They did not discuss any of the qualities of proton mail.
Ms. Schroff said, oh, they did not. They just wanted the jury to infer that something's wrong with using proton mail, which is why with that witness, I had to clarify that he gets a lot of emails from proton mail. But you know what? I'll move on, Your Honor.
The court said good.
Ms. Schroff said, I do want to note that these emails are maintained in the regular course of business, and they do fall under the business exception rule to the hearsay.
The court said, but you're not allowed to get in hearsay statements merely because they're inside of a business document.
Ms. Schroff said, that's true, Your Honor, but I thought it was relevant, and it's not hearsay. We've been arguing about hearsay throughout. And I just wanted to make sure the government is clear on defense's position that there are other exceptions to the hearsay rule. But I shall move on. It's not worth it.
Mr. Horton said, if I can briefly respond to the last thing Ms. Schroff said. If she intends to lay a foundation to get business records in, she can try to do that. I don't think that's been done yet. Ms. Maistrello is not a document custodian. There's some work to be done, I think, if that's coming next.
Ms. Schroff said, I don't think I need a document custodian to get a hearsay business record in. But thank you for the lecture.
The court said, Ms. Schroff?
Ms. Schroff said, yes, Your Honor. Your Honor.
The court said, the way that you were just speaking was huffy, and I ask you to please not do that.
Ms. Schroff said, I was huffy, Your Honor, but I'm tired, and I don't think this is a valid objection. The government knows it falls clearly within the business record rule. And the government is doing as much as it can to prolong this testimony. There's no reason for any of this. There really isn't. The government has done this with every objection here. They inject other issues that are really not relevant to the analysis. This is a simple issue.
The court said. So I don't agree with your claiming that this is an exception to the hearsay rule. So let us go back. And please, I want you to be even-tempered.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said. The objection was sustained.
By Ms. Schrofa.
You were aware of the need to investigate the distributed denial of services attack, correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You were asked to investigate the distributed denial of service attacks, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said. I'll allow the answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
The court said. And Ms. Schroff, you used a term there that I don't understand. Distributed what?
Ms. Schrofa said, distributed denial of service attacks.
The court said, okay. Go ahead.
And that's when a platform is cyber-attacked, correct?
In my understanding, yes.
And you worked on that issue with a gentleman named Raj Dangra, D. Chayanjire, correct?
Initially, I was alone. He was not hired yet.
Your testimony is that he was not hired when you were assigned this task?
That's correct.
Okay. And that came up when he was hired, correct, according to you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. There came a time when he was in fact hired, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he had a technology background that you did not have, correct?
That's correct.
And he was employed as a person in the IT department, correct?
Yes.
And he assisted with all IT-related issues, correct? That was his job, right?
Yes.
And he's the one who assisted you in investigating that matter, correct?
Yes.
And you emailed with him while he worked there, correct?
We mainly spoke. We shared the same office.
All right. Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection about emailing with him, okay?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. There was no failure of recollection.
The court said, sustained.
Do you recall emailing him about this specific task at hand?
I don't remember.
Ms. Schrofa said, may I approach, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Is it fair to say, ma'am, that you interacted with him on issues involving the security of cyber systems?
We spoke about it.
Okay. And you also spoke to him about the issues of entrance and security for people entering the building, correct?
I sent an email to him as I did to other employees.
And you emailed about what topic, ma'am?
Are you referring to the email I have in my hand right now?
I don't need to. I just was testing your recollection of the topics you covered with him. You emailed him about security in the building, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, may I ask that you read that document and see if it refreshes your recollection?
I see the document, and I see that
The court said, well, don't say what the document says. The only question is, does it refresh your recollection? That's a yes or no question.
The witness said, oh.
It doesn't refresh my recollection, but I see what's written in the email.
Okay. And you were aware that there was a security issue at the building in which Golden Spring was located, correct?
We were told that we had to keep the building secure.
And you wanted to make sure only authorized people came to the Golden Spring, New York office, correct?
That's correct.
You put in place verification procedures, correct?
Yes.
You put in place the process whereby each vendor's name would have to be on a list before they could enter the building, correct?
That's correct.
You put in place a process so that the vendor's name would have to be told. The date of the visit would have to be told, the time of the visit would have to be told, and the reason for the visit would have to be told, correct?
Yes.
You put in place the requirement that each vendor have identification presented before they were allowed into the building to come to the Golden Spring, New York office, correct?
Yes.
And you were the person who made yourself responsible for making sure that the security team and any other party that was involved was aware of this procedure, correct?
Yes.
And you were the one who informed the entire team that you would keep a record of each of these procedures being followed, correct?
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, the document is not in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm not asking about the document, Your Honor, most respectfully.
The court said, so first, the witness must answer, I don't recall, before considering a document that may or may not refresh her recollection. So the procedure is, you're asked a question. If you say that you don't recall, then she says, is there something that might refresh your recollection? It is at that time that you might refer to the document. Go ahead.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Would you like me to repeat the question, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Sure. And do you remember that in the year 2018, while you were working at Golden Spring, you took on the responsibility of forwarding this protocol to the security team to make sure that everyone was aware of the protocol itself?
I don't remember doing that.
May I ask if the document that I have handed to you, and if you look, refreshes your recollection?
Yes.
Do you now remember that you said you would remain responsible for forwarding that message of the protocol to the security team? Correct?
As I read it on the document, yes.
Okay. And you?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, so you can't say what the document says. You can only say if the document refreshes your recollection. Does it help you to remember what she is asking about? That's the question. Does the document refresh your recollection?
The witness said, it does not. By Ms. Schrofa.
It does not refresh your recollection of what you did in 2018, correct?
It does not.
In fact, there are a lot of things you've forgotten about 2018 now, correct?
Yes.
You've forgotten your interactions with the security team, correct?
I forgot certain things, yes.
And you also forgot your involvement with the security team vis-a-vis the cyber attack issues, correct? I'll rephrase that. You've forgotten how you interacted with the security teams regarding the entering and leaving of visitors to the Golden Springs office, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, so that is a compound question.
Ms. Schrofa said, you know what, Your Honor, I'll move on. Thank you. Now on direct, you testified, did you not, about something called rule of law, right? Those were the questions asked of you yesterday. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. There's no such thing as rule of law, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. I'll be happy to try again. There is rule of law society, correct?
There is.
Right. And there is rule of law foundation, correct?
There is, correct.
There was no entity simply called rule of law, correct?
No. We referred to both entities as rule of law collectively.
You referred to that?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
We did.
The court said, was that a question?
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm sorry.
The court said, you've asked a question. You referred to them, is that the question?
Ms. Schrofa said, yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
The court said, you may answer.
We did.
Well, let's try that. There was a board for the Rule of Law Society, correct?
Yes.
You were on that board, right?
I was.
There was a Rule of Law Foundation board, correct?
Yes.
You were not on that board, correct?
I was not.
Right. So if somebody asked you if you were on the board of Rule of Law, you would have to say, I'm on the board of Rule of Law Society. I am not on the board of Rule of Law Foundation, correct?
Yes.
Because that would be a truthful answer, right?
Yes.
And it would be complete, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now the board of Rule of Law Society in 2018 consisted of Steve Bannon, correct?
Yes.
Sasha Gong, correct?
Yes.
Bill Gertz, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer Mercurio, correct?
That's correct.
And you, right?
Right.
Okay. And it was not Miles Guo who gave you any position on that board. It was the board that voted to get you that position, correct?
He chose me.
Let's try that. Who told you he chose you?
He did.
He told you that he chose you to be on the board. That's your testimony?
It is.
Okay. Did he make an announcement? Welcome to the Board of Directors Rule of Law Society. I have appointed you to be on the board?
I don't remember a public announcement.
Okay. Did he send an email?
No.
Did he put it on Twitter?
He did not.
Did he put it on YouTube?
I don't know.
He's a man, according to you, who likes publicity, right?
What do you mean about with publicity?
Okay. According to you, he's the type of man who likes to be the center of attention, right?
He is.
He is. So no grand announcement about him making you a member of the board? No, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Each one of you 5 people had 1 vote, correct?
In general, you mean?
No. I mean as when you were on the board of the Rule of Law Society.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I don't mean that's what I meant. For the Rule of Law Society, you had 1 vote, right?
Yes.
And there were 5 of you, right?
Correct.
Okay. What did it take to be a majority?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what it took to be a majority for a board that you sat on for less than 2 years?
That's correct.
Okay. You voted against certain requests, correct?
Yes.
You voted no, correct?
Once, yes.
You were never fired from the board, right?
I was not.
You were not. You remained on the board until you decided to quit for medical reasons, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Guo never called you into his office and said, "Hey, why did you vote that way, correct?"
Not that I remember.
Okay. I just want to make sure. You'd remember something like that, right?
I don't know if I would remember.
You wouldn't remember being fired from a board?
I would remember being fired from a board. That, yes.
You'd remember him chastising you, correct? Because, according to you, he was boss, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You would remember being chastised by him because, according to you, he was boss, right?
I would remember.
And he never chastised you for the way you voted, right?
No.
Okay. You testified about a home that he bought in Connecticut, is that right?
Yes.
And that home was bought in February or March of 2020, is that correct?
I don't remember the exact date.
It was bought after you started working there, correct?
Yes.
And before you quit, right?
That's correct.
When did you quit?
In April of 2020.
April of what?
2020.
And we know from yesterday that your first day on the job was February 19th, correct?
My first day on the job was February 19th of 2018.
What? 2019, right? 2018.
2018.
Right. So that house had to be bought somewhere between 2018 and 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you visit the house?
Once.
You visited the house once?
Yes.
It's huge, right?
It's not small.
And there were people in and out of that house doing broadcasting, correct?
When I was there, I didn't see anyone.
When you were there, did you see the office that he had in the house?
I don't remember.
Do you remember seeing equipment in the house?
No.
Do you remember seeing cameras in the house?
No.
Do you remember seeing camera lighting in the house?
No.
Do you remember seeing background screens in the house?
No.
Sitting here today, do you know who paid for all of that equipment that was in his house?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
Did you know? Ms. Schrofa said, "I apologize, Your Honor. I'll withdraw." Did you know if there was, even if you didn't see it? You knew there was equipment in his house in Connecticut, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You testified right now on cross-examination that you never saw this equipment at his Connecticut home, correct?
Correct.
Did you know that he had equipment in his Connecticut home?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you know if he had broadcast equipment at the Sherry Netherland?
Yes.
He did have it, correct?
He did.
And he had the same equipment that I recited 2 minutes ago, correct?
Such as?
I can repeat it if you need me to.
Yes, please.
Okay. He had cameras, correct?
Yes.
Background screens, correct?
That I don't remember.
Lighting, correct?
Yes.
Recording equipment, correct?
Yes.
Broadcasting equipment, correct, most particularly this one?
Yes.
All of that was paid for by Golden Spring, New York, correct?
No.
It wasn't paid for by Golden Spring, New York?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, asked and answered.
Who paid for it, according to you?
Soraka.
And who's Soraka?
Soraka was a company that paid for media and tech expenses.
And Soraka was the holding company for Golden Springs, New York, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Soraka was the holding company for Golden Spring, New York, correct?
I don't know about that.
You don't know William J.E. managed Soraka?
I don't.
You don't know if Soraka had family fund money?
I don't.
So you don't know anything about Soraka, but you're sure Soraka paid the bill.
Mr. Horton said, Objection, Your Honor.
The court said, Compound question.
Do you know anything about Soraka?
What I just told you.
Okay. Where did the money into Soraka come from?
I don't know.
Okay. You testified about an office at 800 Fifth Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that that was really an apartment building? Like a makeshift office that was put in place?
Yes.
Okay. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, right?
It was a 2-bedroom apartment.
Okay. And people were using it as an office, right?
We were, yes.
Right. And there came a time when it was just too crammed and everybody agreed to move, correct?
We moved in 2019.
Okay. And you moved to the East 64th building, correct?
Yes.
And Golden Spring relocated there, correct?
Correct.
And the holding company named Soraka also relocated there, correct?
I don't know what the official location of Soraka was.
Okay. So you don't know if Soraka relocated to 64th Street. Do I have it right?
The court said, asked and answered.
And you continued to work for Golden Spring at East 64th Street, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct you worked long hours, correct?
Yes.
Was it Golden Spring's practice to have free lunch for every one of its employees every day of the week?
At 800 Fifth, yes.
Okay. That practice continued at 64th, correct?
No.
Okay. When you worked long hours, you were given a hotel room to sleep in the city, correct?
When I was working consecutive days, yes.
Okay. They put you up in a hotel, didn't make you drive back and forth from work, right?
I could choose.
You could choose, right? And you chose, right?
I did.
Okay. Now you testified on direct about how bills were paid, right? I'll move on.
How vendors were paid.
I'm sorry?
How vendors were paid.
Okay. Fair enough. And do I have it right? The vendor would need paying and you would go to Yvette. Correct?
It depended on the amount.
So if it was above a certain amount, you would go to Yvette. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you referred to Yvette as Yamping Wang. Is that right?
When I talked about her to my colleagues, then I would call her Yvette. When I talked to her, I would use her Chinese name.
Okay. And it was Yvette who decided whether to pay the vendor or not, correct?
Yes.
There were times when you had to get pre-authorization from Yvette before you would undertake an expense from a particular vendor. Correct?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, Okay. Could I just have the witness and the jury see SM62, please? You recall testifying about this document on direct?
I remember.
Okay. And this document is you seeking someone to sign off on payment to a particular vendor. Is that correct?
It's a payment request form.
Right. So if I could just highlight for you the name of the payee, that would be Apple Incorporated, correct?
Yes.
And Apple is at 767 Fifth Avenue, which is right next to the Sherry Netherland, right? The FAO Schwartz building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could scroll down to the payment amount, it's $1,217.17. Well, up top it says 17 cents. But here it says 95 cents, correct?
1,117.95.
Small amount, right, relatively?
What do you mean by small?
It's a small amount of money. It's $1,117 for 3 pieces of equipment from Apple, correct?
That's the correct amount, yes.
Okay. You did not have authority to sanction payment on $1,117, right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You did not have the authority to allow payment on $1,117.95, correct?
Not with Soraka.
You had no authority to sanction payment, correct?
Not with Soraka.
Your testimony today is, if this bill were going to Golden Spring, you could have paid the bill?
Mr. Horton said, Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Let's see the top of this document, okay? You see that's where it says Golden Spring, New York Limited?
I do.
Okay. And let's go to the bottom of that document. Requested by you, correct?
Yes.
When you filled out the form, go back up, please. You filled out the requisition to Golden Spring, correct?
No. It was crossed out.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Schrofa.
That crossout is by Max Krasner, is it not?
It is.
Right. That is not your handwriting, right?
It's not.
Right. So when you sought requisition payment on this particular bill, you filled it out as the payer being Golden Spring, correct?
The original form was a Golden Spring form.
Right. So you filled out the form asking Golden Spring to pay that bill because you're not the one who crossed that top part out. Right?
I don't remember how it went.
Okay. Ms. Schrofa said, could I scroll down again, please? Requested by Karin Maistrello. Am I pronouncing your name right, ma'am?
You are.
Okay. So you requested it, correct?
I did.
Okay. And it was approved by Max Krasner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you filled out the form, you did not request it yourself and approve it yourself with Golden Spring on top, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. When you submitted the form, there was no Sirocco written on top, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. It's been asked and answered.
The court said, sustained. Asked and answered.
Sitting here today, do you remember who these devices were for?
I do not.
Okay. And you testified about this gentleman named Max Krasner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Max Krasner also handled payments and bank accounts for Rule of Law Society, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't handle any money as president or a board member for Rule of Law Society, correct?
I didn't handle, no.
Right. You were never allowed to handle any finances at Rule of Law Society, right?
I would always sit with Max.
I'm sorry, what did you? Ms. Schrofa said. I could not hear her answer. I apologize, Your Honor.
I would always sit with Max to check the accounts.
That's not my question. My question was you were never in charge of the finances of the Rule of Law Society, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, asked and answered.
You can authorize payment on behalf of Rule of Law Society, right?
I don't know.
Okay. You are a board member and president and you don't know?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
You testified about somebody named Defu Chow, correct?
Yes.
You testified that he was May's, his daughter's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
Do you know, by the way, what work he did while he was working in China?
I don't remember.
Do you remember at all if he was trained in security while he worked in China?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I don't remember.
Do you remember if he was employed in China in the security industry?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered again. She said she didn't remember.
The court said, sustained.
Do you know how he got from China to the United States?
By plane.
Under what circumstances, do you remember?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
I don't know.
You testified about a man named William J., correct?
Correct.
And it was Mr. J. Am I saying his name correctly? J, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's the one who asked you to take on a position at ACA Capital, correct?
Yes.
And on direct you testified that it was Mr. Guo who introduced you to Mr. J., correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Mr. Guo had nothing to do with that introduction? In fact, it was Yvette Wang who introduced you to Mr. J.?
No, I'm pretty sure boss introduced me to William.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a deposition in a case?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying under oath?
Yes.
Do you remember having a lawyer there?
Yes.
And remember giving this testimony while you were under oath. Saying you were introduced to William by Mrs. Wang as a person of trust and I met him several times. Do you recall that testimony you gave?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can show you 3525-001 at page 14. Ms. Schrofa said, could you just go one page back? Do you see the bottom of that page?
I do.
Does that refresh the testimony you gave under oath at a deposition?
Yes.
And under oath at a deposition, you said, I was introduced to William by Mrs. Wang as a person of trust. And I met him several times. Correct?
Mr. Horton said, Objection, Your Honor. This is not evidence. Not before the jury.
The court said, Overruled.
Mr. Horton said, It is before the jury, and it's not in evidence.
The court said, Oh, you're saying that this is being shown to the jurors? This should not be shown to the jurors. It is not. Do you have a document in front of you?
The jury said it was.
The court said, All right. So that was an error.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So you did say that under oath, right?
I did.
And that was years earlier than your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified you have trouble remembering some things, correct?
Yes.
And your memory then was better than your memory now, correct?
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that.
I don't know when my memory was better.
Okay. So back then you said it was Yvette who introduced you to William. That we are clear on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Schrofa said, You can take that down. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. You also testified about Mr. J being at the East 64th Street office, correct?
Sometimes he came, yes.
And when he came, he worked off of his laptop and you were there, right?
Most times.
Did you guys share an office?
We shared a floor.
My question was, did you share an office?
Yes.
Right. So you and he sat in the same office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gwynn never sat in that office with you, right? It was you and William J., correct?
And other people, yes.
Right. But you shared. Mr. Gwynn wasn't in that space at all, correct?
He was not.
Okay. And it was William J. who asked you to join the board of ACA, right?
Yes.
And he told you why he wanted you to join the board. Isn't that right?
Yes.
He told you he was looking for people to invest, correct?
Yes, he was looking for investments in New York and the States.
He was looking for investors as well, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. So he wanted you to help him find people who would invest, correct?
I believe so.
And people who invest are called investors, correct?
They are.
Okay. And you sat on that board of ACA until you received a subpoena, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you got the subpoena, who did you go talk to first about the subpoena? Do you remember?
Yes.
Who was that?
Daniel Podhasky.
Right. You didn't go to Yvette, right?
The first person I talked to was Daniel.
You didn't go to Mr. Guo, right?
I did not.
Okay. And no one else was present when you discussed that subpoena with Mr. Podhasky, correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. No one else was present when you discussed the subpoena with Mr. Daniel Podhasky, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Ms. Wang was not present for that conversation, correct?
She was not.
Okay. And you were free to tell him whatever was on your mind about that subpoena, right?
Yes.
Okay. You could have asked Mr. Podhasky to get you a lawyer from that had never been at the Golden Springs office, correct?
I could have.
Okay. So you then testified yesterday about being at a deposition. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you were at a deposition, correct?
I was.
Okay. And you were deposed, right?
I was.
You gave testimony, correct?
I did.
You were put under oath, correct?
I was.
You were sworn to tell the truth, correct?
Mr. Horton said, Objection, Your Honor. We've been through this.
The court said, Asked and answered.
And you had a lawyer there, right?
Mr. Horton said, Objection. Same objection.
The court said, Sustained.
Ms. Wang was not seated next to you during the deposition, right?
Mr. Horton said, Objection. Same objection. We've been through this.
The court said, Sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may I approach?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At sidebar.
The court said, So my recollection is that you asked yesterday whether Ms. Wang was there at the deposition.
Ms. Schrofa said, Right. But I don't think I ever covered that there was a lawyer and Ms. Wang was 3 seats away. I never covered the scope of what she testified to during the deposition. I never questioned her on all the acts that happened after the deposition was over. I never covered any part of the discussion about the deposition with Miles Guo about all of this. I don't think I covered any of that. And I'm pretty certain I checked last night, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't think I covered that. I think I'm entitled to show that Ms. Wang was not seated next to her as they implied. That there was a lawyer seated next to her. Ms. Wang was 3 seats down. I think I'm allowed to show all of that.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, this line of questioning, which is not just the last several questions, but I think it's about 10 minutes of questions, is needlessly cumulative. It's going to significantly prolong the trial, particularly if it's a pace that's continued with the witnesses who are to come. And we've gone over it again and again and again, and Your Honor has sustained a number of the same kind of objection, which is that the question is asked and answered, and it's followed again by the same questions and the same topic.
The court said, so the questioning has been repetitive. You found every way to ask whether an individual gave sworn testimony at a deposition, and so it is needless. So if you would just stick to what is necessary to be more efficient in the questioning.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'd be happy to try, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
Mr. Horton said, can we ask how much is left of her cross-examination?
Ms. Schrofa said, I have no idea. I don't know. I think 30 minutes.
The court said, then take a moment to think about it.
Ms. Schrofa said, 30 minutes.
The court said, 30 minutes.
Ms. Schrofa said, but I'm telling you honestly, I have a lot of trouble hearing her. It's also adding to my degree of frustration, but I simply cannot hear her. And I feel ridiculous asking. I can't hear you like 10 times. I apologize, Your Honor, but I'm having a lot of trouble hearing her.
The court said, do you need a hearing aid?
Ms. Schrofa said, I can't have a hearing aid. My deafness was due to some kind of weird injury. I was seen at MT Sinai Hospital in Brooklyn. They gave me prednisone injections to try and recover it. I can't do anything about it. I normally don't have this struggle. So I apologize, Your Honor, I really do, but I don't.
The court said, do you need a device to amplify what you're hearing in the ear that works?
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm only having trouble with this witness. I haven't had trouble with the other 2 before. I will try better, Your Honor. But I really am having trouble hearing her. And I don't want to keep asking you to repeat. So you see when I'm craning forward. I'm really trying to see if I can hear better. So I apologize about that. I am having trouble hearing.
The court said, are you making a request that I?
Ms. Schrofa said, no, I'm not.
The court said, install any additional equipment or give you an opportunity to have a medical exam or somehow address the deafness.
Ms. Schrofa said, no, Your Honor, not at all. I'm not seeking to make a record of any kind. I do not plan to raise this at any appeal. I'm just telling you why I'm having trouble hearing her, that's all. It is nothing that I intend. I'm not laying the foundation for anything down the road at all. I'm just trying to explain what's going on, that's all.
The court said, I am going to ask her again to speak up.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. I just want to be very clear, Your Honor. I'm really not trying to lay a foundation about anything. I hope that's very clear.
Mr. Horton said, Your Honor, we just want to note that cross has been longer than the direct. And Your Honor is interested in the July 4th target that was set up in the case. And we have concerns about being able to hit that at the pace this is going.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, we join in that concern. And we also ask the government that if they could stop looping. That would also make the trial shorter.
The court said, actually looping is a more efficient way actually.
Ms. Schrofa said, I don't think so. I think it's leading and I think it's very prejudicial to the defense. And, defense lawyers have long argued against looping, Your Honor.
The court said, so there is a long way and a short way to do a direct examination. If we take the long way, prolongs the trial.
Ms. Schrofa said, I apologize, Your Honor. I always thought just saying what happened next is shorter than, When you went to the house and then saw the blue flag, then tell me what happened next. So I apologize. I will do better. I will try to move it right along.
In open court. By Ms. Schrofa.
At the deposition, your lawyer was seated next to you, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer. Go ahead.
Ms. Wang was seated 3 seats down, correct?
2.
And she did not speak during the deposition, correct?
She did not.
And you testified at the deposition that you were an Italian citizen, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on a visa in the United States, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say in 2023, you were still on a visa, correct?
Yes.
By that time you had stopped working for Golden Spring, correct?
Yes.
And by that time you had stopped working with Rule of Law Society, correct?
Yes.
In 2023, you reached out to a lawyer who still worked there named Victor Serta, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
The court said, you may answer.
Yes.
You asked him to help you with your immigration status, correct?
I asked for advice, yes.
He declined, correct?
That's correct.
You testified on direct that after the deposition, you went to lunch, is that correct?
That's correct.
You went to lunch with Yvette, correct?
Yes.
And then you returned to the office, you testified, right?
We did.
And you testified on direct that you, Yvette, went to Ms. Sturga's office, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony was that Yvette told Ms. Sturga that you had done an excellent job, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Maistrello, that at the deposition, you testified that you did not even know why you were there? You recall giving that testimony at the deposition?
Yes.
And according to you, Ms. Wang praised you for testifying that you had no idea why you were at a deposition, correct? That's your testimony?
She just said that I did well during the deposition.
Okay. And according to you, she praised that you did well at the deposition. And then she proceeded to call you a flute, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it fair to say she has never ever referred to you as flute, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
She did before.
She did before the deposition, called you flute?
She did.
Okay. So long before the deposition she called you a flute and, according to you, after the deposition she also called you a flute?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. It's compound.
The court said, you may answer.
I don't remember when she did.
You don't remember if it was before the deposition?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
You do recall though testifying that you had no idea why you were being deposed, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, asked and answered.
And you testified to that as a person who was sitting on a particular board, correct?
Mr. Horton said, same objection.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on, Your Honor. You testified on direct, did you not, about a press conference on the launch of the Rule of Law Society, correct?
Rule of Law Society and Foundation.
Well, let's just talk about Rule of Law Society, okay? Okay. You coordinated the travel for people for that event, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, the battery is gone. Do we have another microphone? And would you speak up, please?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Your Honor, we object to the premise of the question limiting it to the Rule of Law Society.
The court said, well, the questioner has asked the witness to limit her answers to the Rule of Law Society, and that your concerns may be addressed on redirect. Go ahead.
You coordinated travel, correct?
Yes.
You were the one who actually made the bookings, right?
I was not the only person, but yes.
But your job was to make bookings, right? Travel bookings.
That was not my job, but I did in that instance.
And you coordinate people's flights, correct?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember booking hotel rooms for people?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. Cumulative.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on, Your Honor. Do you recall that part and parcel of your job throughout the time you were there was to do these kinds of bookings? Right?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor. We covered this."
The court said, sustained.
Was part and parcel of your job to actually visit the hotel rooms prior to the guest starting their stay to inspect the rooms themselves?
Are you referring to a rule of law society job?
Yes.
Then the answer is no.
How about for Golden Spring?
Yes, but only for boss, not for guests.
Okay. So your testimony is you looked at the hotel rooms ahead of time, correct, when it was for Mr. Guo. Correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection. Asked and answered, Your Honor."
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
And when you went to inspect the rooms, you took a cybersecurity team person with you, correct? And a security person with you, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say, ma'am, that you have never talked to Mr. Guo about any finances surrounding the Rule of Law Society?
I don't remember.
Mr. Guo never, ever told you he was going to donate $1 million as a sponsor of Rule of Law Society, correct?
He did during meetings.
Your testimony is he told you that he was going to donate $1 million?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection. Asked and answered."
The court said, were you at the meetings? You need to speak up.
The witness said, yes.
The court said, go ahead.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Could you tell us who else, according to you, was at this meeting?
People varied, but I remember Steve Bannon being there. Sometimes William was there. Yvette was there.
So according to you, Mr. Bannon was there. I missed the second name.
William.
William J., right?
Correct.
And Yvette was there. That's your testimony?
Yes.
So there was no member of the public there, correct?
No.
This meeting, according to you, was not broadcast to anyone, correct?
No.
You never heard him say that on Twitter, YouTube, or any social media, correct?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember ever hearing him say that out loud in public ever, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified about an entity that the government in its direct referred to as rule of law, correct? All the questions yesterday. Do you remember they called it rule of law, right? Do you remember that?
I remember discussing the rule of law organizations.
Okay. So I just want to be very clear for cross-examination that I'm only asking you about the entity you were involved with, which is Rule of Law Society, okay?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor." Mischaracterizes her testimony.
The court said, sustained. She has stated that she held offices within the Rule of Law Society.
Ms. Schrofa said, right.
The court said, involved in is a mischaracterization of her testimony.
You're not involved with any operations of Rule of Law Foundation, correct?
I was not.
You were not on the board of Rule of Law Foundation, correct?
I was not.
You were not involved with anything having to do with Rule of Law Foundation by the board, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Rule of Law Society had a following, correct?
I think it's fair to say that Boss had a following.
Okay. So Boss had a following from which Rule of Law Society benefited. Is that also a fair thing to say?
It is.
On direct testimony, you talked about the 1-year broadcast anniversary, correct? You remember. That was an awkward question. I apologize. You remember the broadcast that was done on the 1-year anniversary?
I do.
Okay. And that was in November of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And the broadcast was from the East 64th Street office, right?
It was.
That was done on Guo Media, correct?
I think it was.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I think it was.
Okay. And you testified that you did nothing for that fundraiser, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your testimony is you did not set up travel for people who were flying into New York for this occasion?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection. Cumulative, Your Honor."
The court said, asked and answered.
And according to you, at this fundraiser, Yvette asked you to move money from Soraka and Golden Spring to show donations to Rule of Law Society, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified to that. That you were told that you should do this so that people could see big amounts of money shown on screen, correct?
Yes.
And you were told this by Yvette, correct, according to you?
Yes.
And you were told by Yvette that she wanted you to do this so that she could show large donations to Rule of Law Society, correct?
Correct.
And you said on direct that you did not want to do that because the transfers were not real, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you considered them to be internal transfers, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, Golden Spring giving money to Rule of Law Society, you would consider that to be an internal transfer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if Golden Spring wanted to donate to Rule of Law Society, you would object to that as an internal transfer?
No. We were asked to transfer money and then send it back.
But you never sent it back, right?
I never transferred it in the first place.
Right. And when others transferred it, sitting here today, you have no evidence that they ever transferred it back, correct?
I don't remember.
You never checked any books from Golden Springs about this money transfer, correct?
I never checked Golden Springs books.
Right. And you have no idea if that money was ever transferred back to Golden Springs, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember or you don't know?
I don't remember.
Do you know how much money Golden Springs donated to Rule of Law Society?
I don't know.
Do you know how much money Golden Spring donated to Rule of Law Foundation?
I don't know.
You never checked the books for the Rule of Law Society, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Cumulative.
The court said, asked and answered.
You also testified on direct that you told Yvette you did not want to do this, right?
Yes.
Yvette didn't force you, right?
No.
And then it was your testimony yesterday that after you told her that, Yvette could sense that you were upset, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, Yvette saw that you were upset and then still told you that, don't worry about it. Someone else will do it. Is that what she told you, according to you?
Yes.
Did anyone else come up to you and complain that they were forced to do something like this?
Yes.
Really? Who?
3 colleagues.
3 colleagues came up to you and said they complained to you. Is that your testimony?
It is.
You didn't testify to that on direct yesterday, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer whether you testified.
I don't remember.
And when these 3 colleagues came up to you and complained about this, you could have gone to William J., correct?
Why would I have gone to William?
Well, isn't he one of the people that you had a good relationship with?
He was not even at the office.
Okay. He has emailed out, right?
He has an email, yes.
Okay. You were on the board at that time, correct?
Yes.
You could have brought it up at a board meeting, correct?
I could have.
You could have emailed any number of people about this, correct?
I could.
You could have emailed Dan Podhasky, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. It's cumulative, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Did you email anyone about these 3 colleagues asking, complaining to you?
Mr. Horton said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
After that event, you didn't resign from the board because you were asked to do something wrong according to you, correct?
I did not.
And the 3 colleagues didn't resign either, correct?
Not all of them were part of the board.
They didn't resign from their job, right?
They did not.
Okay. Is it fair to say, ma'am, that you had no authority to transfer any money out of Soraka? Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had no authority to pay any bills with the Soraka account, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor. We covered this.
The court said, sustained. You've gone over this.
The first meeting of the board for Rule of Law Society was in May of 2019. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You don't remember the very first meeting in May of 2019?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
The next meeting was on June 27, 2019. Do you recall that meeting?
I don't.
Do you recall a special meeting held to discuss issues raised by the firing of Sasha Gong?
I don't.
Do you remember Sasha Gong approaching the Rule of Law Society's board because she'd been fired for doing the Voice of America interview with Mr. Guo?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Do you remember a special meeting being convened to discuss Ms. Gong getting fired by Voice of America for doing an interview with Mr. Guo? Do you recall that?
I don't remember a special meeting. I remember her sharing this fact.
And you don't remember the board voting on her request to get assistance to sue Voice of America for wrongful firing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember August 23rd, 2019, announcement about a September 3rd, 2019, board meeting? Do you recall that?
I do not.
Do you recall that there was an actual board meeting on September 3rd of 2019?
I don't.
Do you remember that one of the agendas was to review the budget? Does that help you refresh your recollection?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, I think that you've already gone over this territory, Ms. Schroff.
Do you recall the Rule of Law Society having a proposal, and you testified to this yesterday, to ship PPE to China? Correct?
Yes.
And you testified that made no sense to you, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that it didn't make any sense to you that PPE was being sent back to China because China was the one who was making the N95 masks. Correct?
That's correct.
But the N95 masks are just one part of PPE, correct?
I don't understand the question.
There are different kinds of masks, right, during COVID?
In general?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And when you thought that, you had no knowledge whether the ordinary person in China had access to an N95 mask, correct?
I don't remember.
And you had no knowledge if the family members of people who were in the United States wanted masks sent to their family members in China, correct?
What people?
Dissidents, people who were supporters of rule of law society.
The court said, she can't testify as to what was on the mind of other people.
You were aware, were you not, that rule of law society was supporting dissidents, correct?
That was the mission.
And dissidents had family in China, correct?
Some may have.
And dissidents in the United States would want their family members in China to have.
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
N95 protection, correct?
The court said, sustained.
You testified on direct, did you not? That it was your understanding that N95 masks were sent to Mr. Guo's home?
Yes.
Which home?
The one in Connecticut.
And sitting here today, do you know if Mr. Guo was in his Connecticut home at any part of the pandemic?
In March of 2020, yes.
Okay. And in March of 2020, your testimony is that Mr. Guo was not on a yacht, but at his home in Connecticut?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Your testimony is that it is your recollection that in March of 2020, Mr. Guo, during the pandemic, was at his home in Connecticut and not on a yacht?
At least for some part of March of 2020, yes.
What part?
I don't remember the exact dates.
You don't know any dates at all, correct?
I don't remember the dates.
Right. Did you have any personal knowledge about who was staying at the Connecticut home during the pandemic?
I can only speak to the first month of the pandemic.
Okay. Do you actually know who was living in that house?
I know he was there and his wife was there.
You don't know who else was there, correct?
If there were other people, I don't.
They will consult with you as to who is living in their home, right?
No, they would not.
It didn't involve your job, right?
No.
During the pandemic, you did not go to the office, correct?
We stopped going to the office on March 16th.
I'm only asking about you, ma'am. My question to you is, were you going to the office?
I stopped going to the office on March 16th.
Okay. And, in fact, Yvette went to the office during the pandemic every single day, correct?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. So when you said, we stopped going, you really meant you stopped going, correct?
I meant me and my colleagues.
Well, you don't know if your colleagues stopped going, right? You don't know if Dan Podhasky stopped going, correct?
I know.
Your testimony is Dan Podhasky stopped going to the office during the COVID pandemic?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection. Cumulative."
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on, Your Honor. You recall discussing with the FBI, did you not, that, about the shipments of rice and PPE? Do you recall testimony about that? I mean, talking to them about that topic?
I do.
And you recall that you told them that you were no longer at the office, were working from home, and you had no idea what was being moved, correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You told the FBI that you were not at the office, you did not know what was being moved. But that is what you had heard, correct?
What do you mean about something that was being moved?
You didn't see any PP being moved from the office to Connecticut, correct? You weren't there, right?
I wasn't there physically, no.
Right. You had no personal knowledge. You were simply repeating what somebody else had told you, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. Well, did you tell the FBI that you were not at the office and you did not see these moves?
I did not see the moves with my eyes as I was not there.
Okay. So you have no personal knowledge. You only know what somebody told you.
I was asked to arrange some of the moves.
You were asked to arrange the moves of PP?
Yes.
Okay. And how many moves did you arrange?
I don't remember.
From where to where?
From the office to the home in Connecticut.
What amount?
I don't remember.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you recall being told to send PP to the homes of employees of Golden Spring?
I don't remember.
Do you remember being asked to send PP to the homes of Rule of Law Society people?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember being asked to ship PP to anyone else?
To NYPD.
You sent them to NYPD, correct?
I remember boxes being sent to NYPD.
I didn't hear that. Bosses what?
I remember boxes of PPE.
Boxes?
Of masks being sent to NYPD precincts.
Okay. And you remember boxes being sent to hospitals?
I don't.
Okay. And when you testified on direct about these boxes being sent to the NYPD, you testified that Yvette wanted you to put Mr. Guo's name on them and you declined, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The important thing was for the PP to get to the NYPD, correct?
The important thing for who?
For anybody who needed PP.
I don't understand the question.
Okay. I will move on. Nobody drafted a letter for you to sign from Mr. Guo to the NYPD, correct?
No.
Nobody forced you to draft such a letter, correct?
I was asked to draft it.
My question was nobody forced you to draft such a letter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, in fact, never drafted such a letter, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Mr. Guo didn't say, if my name is not on the letter, don't send the PPE to the NYPD, right?
He never said that.
Right. And NYPD got the PPE, right?
I believe they did.
Right. You sent it, right?
I did not.
Exactly. Somebody else sent it because you weren't physically there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you testified a great deal about the security and how you thought it was nonsensical, correct?
I testified that it was not needed.
Okay. And when you decided it was not needed, were you aware that Mr. Guo was visited by ministers from China and agents of the CCP? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of a visit in 2017.
You were aware of a visit in 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that he was visited by agents of the CCP's Ministry of State Security, correct?
That's correct.
And they visited him at his home, correct?
That's correct.
And at that time his wife and daughter were still in China, correct?
I don't know.
And at that time you were aware, were you not, that he was the main target of CCP's Fox Hunt campaign, correct?
I was not working for him at that time yet.
My question was, were you aware?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, you may answer.
I was not aware.
Were you aware that there was a campaign to coerce Mr. Guo to return to China?
Are you referring to a specific period, a specific year and...
Were you ever aware of that fact?
I was told.
What year was that?
2018.
And that is when you were working there, correct?
Yes.
And that is when he had security, correct?
Yes.
You were aware, were you not, that when he was visited by the CCP ministries, he was threatened?
Mr. Horton said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
I don't remember being told that.
Do you recall being told that he was at risk of being kidnapped?
Mr. Horton said, objection. This is hearsay, Your Honor.
The court said, "Please step up."
Continued on next page. At sidebar.
The court said, "So I thought the lengthy stipulation covered this."
Mr. Horton said, "Yes, Your Honor. It's clearly being elicited to repeat that truth. The first problem with that, I think, is that the witness has established that she doesn't have personal knowledge of this. So the questions are all, were you told X about Y, the goal of getting in the truth of X and Y?"
The court said, "So she at some point learns that he was being targeted by the CCP. She said that."
Mr. Horton said, "Right. She said that she was told certain things. And it seems that they are trying to get the truth of those things in right here, and doing that by asking. And what did this other person who's not here tell you, what was that statement, to say that that statement is true?"
The court said, "So you're objecting on a hearsay ground."
Mr. Horton said, "I agree it's cumulative with the stipulation, as Your Honor said. But it's also..."
The court said, "No, I didn't say that."
Mr. Horton said, "Sorry. I wasn't trying to be cute. I must have misheard you."
Court said, No. That long statement is something that I'm sure the jury has not completely assimilated."
Mr. Horton said, "Fair enough. I really didn't mean to suggest anything. It is eliciting hearsay for the truth of that hearsay. They are asking. And who did this person, who's not identified, tell you, and what did they say, and what were those statements?"
Ms. Schrofa said, "I really do not care at all if it's true or not. All I want to show is she knew all of this and then decided that the only reason he had security is because it sounded better to call them security than to call them handymen. That is my only point here."
Mr. Horton said, "So there's testimony in the record sufficient to allow Ms. Schroff to make a point that she just said she wants to make. The point of this barrage in these questions is for the truth of the statements."
The court said, "Well, you took pains to try to make it appear that there wasn't a legitimate, authentic security apparatus in place. And so now she's trying to establish that there was."
Mr. Horton said, "It is still hearsay. And if she goes and does the next thing, correct. Like, we may or may not object to the way that comes in. But right now we're on this series of hearsay statements that are coming in for their truth."
Ms. Schrofa said, "It's really not. Go ahead."
Mr. Comraju said, "I was just going to say, the witness testified she thought the security was bogus. We're allowed to elicit that she was told all these facts, that this undercuts her testimony the security is bogus. That's it."
The court said, "It is a form of impeachment, so I'm going to permit it."
Mr. Comraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, "Go ahead."
Pending question read. The witness said, "I don't remember. By Ms. Schrofa."
"And were you aware that ministers had come to his home from China and brought with them his wife and daughter?"
No.
"And were you aware that all of these instances were while Mr. Guo was living at the Sherry Netherlands?"
I only know of one instance.
"And you've already testified to that, correct?"
I did.
Okay. Now, let me just go back to my last set of questions. Do you recall if Mr. Bannon gave a talk in April 25th of 2019 at the Regis Hotel? Do you remember that talk?
I don't.
Okay. And do you recall being asked to order a book after that talk?
I don't.
And do you recall when you worked for Golden Spring? You were part and parcel of the people that Yvette would assign tasks to regarding purchases, correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You know, I'll do better. Do you recall Yvette asking you to purchase or put into place something called the Snack National Proposal? Do you remember that?
Can you repeat the name of the proposal?
Do you remember Yvette asking you to buy snack boxes for Golden Spring employees to make sure they were healthy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember working with somebody named Tamara Flores, correct?
I don't remember.
Yvette chose the snack box and told you to order them, correct?
Yes.
And you ordered them, right?
I did.
That was your job, right?
I ordered the boxes.
May 29th, 2018 is when Max Krasner was on board to Golden Spring, correct? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the date.
But you remember when he joined, right?
I remember it was 2018.
Right. And to onboard him, there were certain steps that you needed to take, correct?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall Yvette asking you to make sure that you had set up stationery with his name on it?
I don't.
Do you remember her asking you to make sure that the floor lights were moved and his desk was cleaned?
I don't remember.
Do you remember somebody named Rich Wojcicki, WJCICKI?
Yes.
And do you remember booking his travel in 2018?
I do, vaguely.
Right. You remember booking his flights and his hotel, correct?
I believe I booked his flight.
That was part of your job, right?
I was asked to do that.
I'm sorry?
I was asked to do that.
That was part of your job description, correct?
It was not part of my job description, but I did it.
There was a deposition in South Carolina, correct? Remember that?
I don't.
Guo versus Lin. Mr. Guo brought an action, a civil action. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Do you remember that you made travel arrangements for that trip?
I don't.
Do you remember that a translator was needed at that trip and you were not the translator taken?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may answer."
I don't remember.
Do you remember Una Wilkinson being the translator that was taken because your Mandarin was not good enough?
The court said, "Sustained."
Do you remember attending meetings with Jennifer Mercurio?
I don't remember attending meetings with her. We were colleagues.
And Ms. Mercurio was on the board, correct? Actually, I take that back. She was general counsel and corporate secretary to Rule of Law Society, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall Ms. Mercurio saying that there would be a telephonic meeting on September 3rd of 2019, correct? Do you remember getting an email about that?
I don't.
Do you remember getting an email about Guamedia's fundraising drive and the budget?
I don't.
And do you remember that there came a point when Ms. Mercurio stated that your role in Rule of Law Society was limited?
I didn't hear the last part.
Was limited. Your role was limited.
I don't know that she said that.
Do you recall getting an email saying that you would not be involved in the operation of Rule of Law Society?
I do not.
Do you remember being told that while you were on the board, you were not involved in the day-to-day operations of the entity? Do you not recall that?
I don't recall that.
All right. Well, let me show you something that might help you refresh your recollection. Ms. Strofa said, "Your Honor, may I approach?"
The court said, "You may."
Ms. Strofa said, "Thank you. Please don't read it out loud, but I can direct you to the bottom of the first page."
Mr. Horton said, "Is there a question pending?"
The court said, "Go ahead."
Ms. Strofa said, "I was waiting for the witness to finish reading, Your Honor."
I'm done.
Okay. And does that refresh your recollection that you were informed that you would not be involved in the operation of Rule of Law?
It does not.
It does not refresh your recollection?
It doesn't.
Was it your practice to read emails that you were sent?
Yes.
And it was your practice to respond to emails that were sent to you, correct?
That's correct.
And if you got an email that said you were going to be left off an email chain here on forward, is it likely that you would remember that?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Sustained."
Is it fair to say, ma'am, that you have 2 master's degrees?
Yes.
You have 1 master's in Chinese literature, correct?
Yes.
1 in linguistics, correct?
Applied linguistics, right.
Right. And before you took the job at Golden Spring, where did you work?
In China.
And after your job at Golden Spring, you set up what is something called Kai Enterprise. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And after that, you testified yesterday that you work at Google Search, correct?
Google.
Google, right? Are you a full-time employee at Google?
No.
You don't have a desk at Google, correct?
No, I work from home.
You do not have full-time employment with them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You've done work for the FBI, have you?
Through a company, correct.
I'm sorry?
Through a company.
Okay. So through a company you did freelance work for the Federal Bureau of Investigations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the same Federal Bureau of Investigations that was present during your prep, correct?
Mr. Horton said, "Objection, Your Honor." Relevance.
The court said, "Overruled."
No.
Is there a different Federal Bureau of Investigations that you did freelance work for?
It was a different unit.
Was a different unit, but it's still the same company, the FBI, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if the FBI were to give you a freelance job now, you would do it, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Is it fair to say that you told these prosecutors that Mr. Guo's ego was the most important thing to Mr. Guo?
Yes.
And you said, did you not, to these people, that Mr. Guo was all about Mr. Guo, correct?
Yes.
You told them you saw no good in Mr. Guo, correct?
That is not correct.
Really? Okay. And you said that you could be a character witness about Mr. Guo. That's what you told this team, correct?
No.
You did not tell them that you could be a character witness about Mr. Guo?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor. Do you remember saying that?
Mr. Horton said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, Okay. May I just have 3,525 to refresh her recollection?
The court said. She did not say that she did not recall. She said no.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, the government objected to that question as asked and answered.
The court said. The answer she gave was no.
You told this team that you felt that they were more on your side than anything else, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You did not say that to them when you met with them.
The court said, sustained. She's already answered the question.
During your meetings with the United States Attorney's Office, and I mean Mr. Horton, Mr. Finkel, Ms. Murray. Mr. Ferguson, you made it clear that you did not think well of Mr. Guo, correct?
That's not correct.
You called him a man with an ego, correct?
I did.
And a man all about himself, correct?
That's correct.
And you think well of people like that? Is that your testimony?
Mr. Horton said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, nothing further.
The court said, all righty members of the jury, even though it is only 11:23. We'll take our break now and you'll come back at noon. Remember that you're not permitted to discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence.
Jury not present.
The court said you may step down. And don't discuss your testimony.
Witness not present.
The court said you may be seated. Is there anything that either party would like to raise before we break?
Mr. Finkel said, just very briefly, Your Honor. Just for the record. Ms. Maistrello's direct examination was approximately an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. The cross-examination has been about 3 hours and 15 minutes, give or take. Obviously, we've been objecting. And Your Honor has largely sustained sort of questions that just repeat the answers with some exasperation or, oh, really, which are kind of argumentative and are delaying the proceedings. We'll continue to object to those, of course. Just generally, Your Honor. The government's estimate with respect to this trial was based on what we understood to be reasonable crosses. I think generally the rule of thumb is about it depends on the witness, obviously, but if direct is an hour. Usually cross is around half an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less. Sometimes witnesses require a one-to-one. But from 1 hour and 42 minutes to 3 hours and 20 minutes, it's a lot, and I think it's a lot of repeating. So we just want to make our record on that.
The court said, I'm waiting for a response.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, I apologize. But I don't think Mr. Finkel's comments were inviting a response, and I don't have one. The cross was the cross. And, you know, Mr. Finkel, if he thinks my cross was bad, can certainly bring it up at the 2255 proceeding. But I will do my best, and I did do my best to do the cross I wanted to do.
The court said, so the only criticism that I heard was that it was too lengthy because there were repetitive questions. And there were repetitive questions. And so I'd like you to eliminate repetitive questions.
Ms. Schrofa said, I will do my best, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. We'll break.
Luncheon recess. Continued on next page. Afternoon session 12 p.m. Jury present.
The court said, "You may be seated." Redirect.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Horton.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maistrello.
Good afternoon.
At the end of cross-examination, you were asked some questions about past work you've done for the FBI. Right?
Correct.
Did you do any work for the FBI on this case?
No.
Did you do any work for anybody on this case?
No.
At a high level, could you describe the past work you've done for the FBI?
It was mainly interpretation, transcription, and translation.
You were also asked questions about meeting with the government. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did the government tell you what to say in your testimony, Ms. Maistrello?
No.
What, if anything, did the government tell you to do when you testified?
The only thing I was told is to be truthful.
And have you done that?
I have.
Ms. Maistrello. You testified yesterday that Yvette Wong asked you in your job interview whether you had any connections to the CCP. Do you remember that?
I do.
The court said, "Mr. Horton, if you would please bring the microphone up closer to you."
Mr. Horton said, "Yes, Your Honor." After Yvette asked you if you had any connections to the CCP, what was her response when you told her that you knew CCP members when you were in China?
She said, "Oh, don't worry, I'm a party member too."
And what did you understand Yvette to mean when she said she was a party member?
I understood that she was a member of the party.
And what, if anything, did Miles Guo say about Yvette being a member of the CCP?
We didn't talk about that much, but sometimes he would joke about it.
And how would he joke about it?
Well, considering the fact that he was fighting against the CCP, Miles would bring up the joke and say, "Oh, you know, Yvette, she's also a party member."
You were asked questions today about whether you remembered being chastised by Miles Guo. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
When, if ever, Ms. Maistrello, did Miles Guo chastise you?
I don't remember.
And when, if ever, did Miles Guo chastise your colleagues?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection as to which colleagues."
The court said, "You may answer."
I don't remember.
Generally speaking, how did Miles Guo treat the people who worked for him?
It highly depended on his mood, so when he was in a good mood, he treated people kindly. When he was in a bad mood, then less kindly.
And what kinds of things would make him in a bad mood?
Things that were not being done like he wanted to.
And what would happen when things weren't being done the way Miles Guo wanted them to be done?
When things were done properly, then he was happy.
And what would happen when he was unhappy?
He would usually yell.
What kind of things would he say when he yelled?
That we're stupid, we don't know, we're incompetent.
And how often did that happen?
Quite often.
How often, if ever, were people fired by Miles Guo?
Very often.
And for what kinds of reasons?
Various reasons. Sometimes he didn't like them. Sometimes he didn't like what they looked like or what they were wearing, what they were doing.
You testified, Ms. Maistrello, that you were involved with Miles Guo's move to Connecticut in 2020. Do you recall that?
I recall that.
And you also testified that there were times you were told to pay for things when you worked for Miles Guo. Is that right?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection." She was told. That's not the testimony.
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Yes.
When, if ever, Ms. Maistrello, were you directed not to pay for something?
It happened several times. Yvette would tell me, "We're not satisfied with this. Don't pay this vendor."
How much did that move that you were involved in planning to Miles Guo's home in Connecticut? How much did it cost?
Approximately $100,000.
And what, if anything, were you told to do with that $100,000 bill for the movers?
Initially I was told not to pay it, then I was told to ask for discount.
And why were you told not to pay the $100,000 bill?
Ms. Schrofa said, "I have a hearsay objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Sustained."
What was your reaction when you were told not to pay the bill?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection as to relevance.
The court said, you may answer.
I wanted to understand the reasons why I was asked that.
Who told you not to pay that bill?
Yvette did.
And what was the reason Yvette gave you for not paying the $100,000 bill?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection to the hearsay.
The court said, you may answer.
I was told that they did not do a good job. That some items were damaged during the move.
And how did you react to being told to not pay that bill?
I knew that nothing was damaged because we had a team on site supervising the movers. So I didn't really understand why I was asked to do that.
You testified that there were other times you were told not to pay for things?
Yes.
What was the reason, as you understood it, you were told not to pay for things?
Reasons varied. In general, I was told that we're not satisfied with this vendor.
Mr. Horton said, may I have one moment, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Mr. Horton said, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Maistrello. You were asked questions on cross-examination about whether you knew the source of the funds for Sriracha and Golden Spring. Do you remember that?
I do.
What was the source of the funds that paid for N95 masks to be sent to Miles Guo's home at the beginning of COVID?
That was rule of law organizations.
And where did rule of law get its money from?
From donors.
Mr. Horton said, nothing further.
The court said, recross within the scope? Recross-examination.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Tell us, would you, how does one become a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
You are chosen by the party, so you're being contacted directly by the party. It usually happens when you're in college or university.
Right. And it is the party that chooses the person to become a member of the CCP, correct?
That's correct.
To become a member of the CCP, you have to be a Chinese national, correct?
That's correct.
You have to be chosen by the CCP, and you're normally chosen at a young age, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection to scope, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
Correct.
And Yvette was chosen as a young child, actually. Not child, as a teenager when she was then chosen to be a student in a foreign country, correct?
I don't know at what age she was chosen.
But you do know that she was chosen to be part of the CCP and then allowed to study in the Sorbonne. In France, correct?
Those two things don't necessarily have a connection. I know that she studied in France. And I know that she is a party member.
Right. And according to you, a person could not, actually, I take that back. There is no person that is able to say to the CCP, I won't join your party, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Beyond the scope.
The court said, sustained.
Isn't it fair to say that one would be at risk of harm if one did not remain in the CCP party?
Mr. Horton said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may we approach?
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Ms. Schrofa said, they opened this door, Your Honor, by asking if Yvette is a member of the CCP. There is clear testimony. And this expert, this person would know that once you are made a party member of the CCP, there's no withdrawing from the CCP. It's not a free organization where you say, bye-bye, I'm out. Yvette would have had no choice in remaining a member of the CCP. I'm allowed to explore the misimpression they have left that she had any connection to the CCP now, meaning 2018, 2019, 2020. All throughout the indictment. They decided to do this on recross. I am not being cumulative, I hope. And it is sorry.
The court said, why are you bringing out her CCP membership?
Mr. Horton said, it was a short interview. It was a fact that Yvette provided her in this limited information exchange. That was one of the items. And there was extensive cross-examination about what Ms. Maistrello did or didn't know about the organization.
Ms. Schrofa said, I specifically did not touch her being a member of the CCP. It's all over the 3,500 material. I did not touch it. I did not touch it on cross. There was no reason for them to bring it up on redirect. They have left this jury with the impression that this woman now, and while being a co-conspirator of Miles Guo, was with the CCP. Because they want to show that Miles Guo kept her employed and was close to a member of the CCP party person and therefore, he could not be anti-CCP, okay? They opened this door.
The court said, so then I'll let you ask a leading question or two that gets us to the point where I would expect her to say, no, you cannot be with the CCP.
Ms. Schrofa said, I should be able to explore that Yvette said to her what Yvette's position is. She is no longer supportive of the CCP because that's the impression they want to leave them with.
The court said, so then that makes two questions.
Ms. Schrofa said, well, it's a little bit longer, Your Honor. Because I have to flesh out what it takes to get out of the CCP. Okay, so you can't just say no to the CCP. Once you're chosen, you have to remain. There's no withdrawal steps. If you wanted to disavow the CCP, there are no steps to disavow the CCP.
The court said, okay, that's one question.
Ms. Schrofa said, and that Yvette made very clear that she was no longer now a member of the CCP.
The court said, two questions.
Ms. Schrofa said, well, that's three, but okay, I will try.
The court said, good.
Continued on next page. In open court.
Ms. Schrofa said, may I continue, Your Honor?
The court said, you may.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Once you're chosen to be a member of the CCP, you are not allowed to withdraw from the CCP, correct?
I don't know whether you're allowed to withdraw. I don't know the law. I don't know how that works.
When Ms. Wang worked with Mr. Guo, she worked for causes that were anti-CCP, correct?
Not entirely.
Ms. Wang took steps that were supportive of the CCP, according to you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Is it your testimony that Yanping Wang took steps that were supportive of the dictatorship of the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Okay. So when she worked with Miles Guo, she worked on causes that were anti-CCP, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, you may answer.
Not necessarily.
Well, tell me, what do you mean by not necessarily?
The job that she was doing was not necessarily anti-CCP. She was doing her job. But she was not always a political activist.
Right. She was not a political activist, but she was never pro-CCP, correct?
She was never pro-CCP.
Now you testified on redirect that you and your colleagues were chastised by Mr. Guo, correct?
I said he could be tough.
He yelled, you said, right?
He did.
Called you stupid, correct?
Yes.
Called you incompetent, correct?
He did.
He did that often, correct?
When he was mad.
Right. And when he walked around, he would just simply yell, disaster, disaster, wherever he went. Right?
I did not say that.
Okay. I didn't ask you if you said that. I asked you if you knew if he did that.
He did that sometimes.
Right. And when he did that, you were part and parcel of the people that he was speaking toward, correct?
Sometimes I was, sometimes I wasn't.
Okay. And as a result of that, is that what led you to quit, or was it your health, or was it both?
I quit for health reasons.
Okay. You testified about people he fired, right?
Yes.
He never personally fired a single person, correct?
He gave directions to fire.
You're aware of a single direction he gave to someone to get another person fired? You have personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
Really? Who?
You want to know who he asked to fire, who was fired? What's your question?
No, I'm asking you who you are aware he told to get fired. I'm asking about your personal knowledge, not what you heard from others.
He told me to fire some people.
Did you fire them?
I did.
You had the authority to fire people.
If boss asked me to, yes.
Okay. Who did you fire?
Several people.
Who?
Do you want the names?
Sure.
I don't remember the names. I remember the roles.
You don't remember the names of people you fired from a job?
I don't.
Okay. You talked about the move to Connecticut costing $100,000, correct?
Approximately.
Right. You didn't pay that bill, right?
I did not.
You had no authority ever to allow any payment, correct?
When I was asked to pay, I would pay.
No. When you were asked to pay, you would go to Yvette, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Argumentative.
The court said, would you clarify your question, please?
When you were asked to pay a bill, you would have to send the bill to either Max Krasner or Yvette. Correct?
The court said, are you referring to all bills?
Ms. Strofa said, yes, all bills.
It depended on the amount.
Right. And an amount of $100,000 you could not pay, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you were told not to pay a bill because somebody was unhappy with a vendor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you do not know sitting here today who that vendor was, right?
I do.
Really? Who was the vendor?
Mr. Horton said, objection to the really in the questions, Your Honor.
The court said yes. If you'd leave out the really.
Who was the vendor?
The movers.
What's the name?
Moving company. Broadway.
Broadway movers. Your testimony is Broadway movers were not paid. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that Broadway movers were the movers.
Okay. Were they paid?
Ultimately, I don't know.
So you don't know if they were ultimately paid. So I'm assuming you don't know how much it is that they were quibbling about in terms of destruction of the property that was being moved. Correct?
Mr. Horton said, object to the form of that question, Your Honor.
The court said, are you asking whether she knows what discount amount was requested?
Ms. Strofa said, yes.
I don't remember.
Wasn't your furniture, right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. The furniture that was being moved was not your furniture, right?
No.
Well, you don't know if the furniture had sentimental value, correct?
I know it did.
So the furniture that was damaged had sentimental value, and that's why there was a conversation about not paying the vendor. Is that your testimony?
I know that no furniture was damaged.
Did you inspect it?
Personally, I didn't.
Did you see it?
I was not there.
In fact, you don't even know what furniture they're talking about, correct?
I do know that.
What furniture was it?
I had a PDF document with hundreds of pages of furniture.
And which of those hundreds of pages of furniture was damaged, do you recall?
I do not.
Okay. Fair to say you didn't examine a single piece of furniture on that hundreds of pages of document. Correct?
I was not present during the move.
Right. And you just made a value judgment and decided the vendors should have in fact paid, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Objection, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
My colleagues who were present at the moves told me that nothing was damaged.
My question to you was, and let me repeat it, you made a value judgment without ever inspecting the damaged furniture. Correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained. Sustained.
You testified that Rule of Law Society paid for the N95 masks, correct?
One of the rule of law organizations.
Which one?
I don't remember.
You don't remember at all which organization, correct?
Mr. Horton said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, all right. So ask the question only once. Don't repeat the question.
You don't even remember how much the dollar amount was, right?
I do not.
You met with these prosecutors several times, correct?
I did.
And not once did you look up that dollar amount, right?
No.
Ms. Strofa said, I have nothing further.
The court said, all righty. I assume there's no redirect?
Mr. Horton said, nothing further.
The court said, good. Okay, so you may step out. Thank you. Witness.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution can call its next.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government calls Patrick Chin, Your Honor.
The law clerk said, please raise your right hand and bring the mic close to you.
Witness sworn.
The law clerk said, please be seated and bring the mic close to your mouth.
The court said, sir, if you would state your name and spell it, and make sure that you speak up.
The witness said, my name is Patrick Chin. Last name is Seichayan.
The court said, and your first name?
The witness said, oh, I'm sorry. Patrick. Patrick.
The court said, so I need you to bring the microphone closer and I need you to speak louder.
The witness said, okay.
The court said, you may inquire.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
Patrick Chin, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chin.
Good afternoon.
What state do you live in?
I live in Texas.
What do you do for work?
I work on semiconductor material.
What kind of work do you do with semiconductor material?
We make specialized semiconductor research for various customers.
Mr. Chin, do you know who Miles Guo is?
Yes, I do.
How do you know who he is?
I ran into one of his YouTube videos, I think back in 2017.
Were you ever a follower of Miles Guo?
Yes, I was.
Did you ever invest in things Miles Guo promoted?
Yes, I did.
Are you still a follower of Miles Guo today?
I am not.
We'll come back to that, Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, where were you born?
I was born in Taiwan.
And for how long did you live in Taiwan?
24 years, between 1964 to 1988.
And why was your family in Taiwan when you were growing up?
Both my parents' families originally were in mainland China. And they moved to Taiwan after the Communist Revolution.
What was the Communist Revolution, Mr. Chin?
I think after the Second World War, there was a civil war between Communist Party, Chinese Communist Party and the ruling government. And eventually the Communist Party pushed the previous Republic of China government to Taiwan.
Mr. Chin, why did your parents' families leave mainland China at the time of the rise of the Communist Party, or the CCP?
Yes. During the revolution, on my father's side. My grandfather and several uncles were brutally murdered during the communist rise-up. So my father was able to escape and eventually move to Taiwan. And on my mother's side, that's a different part of China. They were also farmers, landowners, and teachers. So they were also terrorized by the communist uprising, so they also moved to Taiwan.
Mr. Chin, are you yourself pro or anti-CCP?
I am anti-CCP.
Why are you anti-CCP?
First of all, based on my parents' family's experience and also growing up in Taiwan in the 60s and 70s. The whole climate is strongly anti-CCP.
Now where did you move to after growing up in Taiwan, Mr. Chin?
I moved to California to attend grad school in 1988.
The court said, where did you go?
The witness said, school?
The court said yes.
The witness said, University of California, San Diego.
What were you studying at UC San Diego, Mr. Chin?
Its electrical engineering department.
And what, if any, degree did you receive from UC San Diego?
I completed my PhD degree.
Mr. Chin, since coming to the United States in your early 20s, have you lived in this country since then?
I've been living and working in the US from 1988 till 2008.
And in 2008, where did you go then?
I took a job opportunity in Taiwan and moved to Taiwan.
And how long did you stay in Taiwan then?
I spent 10 years there.
And after those 10 years, where did you move next, Mr. Chin?
I took another job opportunity in 2018, and relocated back to the US, in Texas.
And have you been here since?
Yes.
Mr. Chin, you mentioned this earlier, but remind us, when did you first learn about Miles Guo?
I ran into one of the YouTube videos. And he discussed an incident of his interview being cut off by Voice of America.
You said Voice of America. For the jury, what is Voice of America, Mr. Chin?
My understanding is the Voice of America is a broadcast or media company. Even growing up in Taiwan, we heard Voice of America's broadcast in both English and Chinese. I learned some English listening to Voice of America.
And you said the video you watched where you learned about Miles Guo related to Voice of America. is that right?
Correct.
And what did Miles Guo say in that video about what had happened with Voice of America?
Apparently he had an interview with Voice of America, but that interview was cut short on air abruptly. So he claims, in his later video, that it's because Voice of America was pressured, or by the CCP. So he cannot continue his interview.
And I apologize if you said this already, Mr. Chin. But approximately what year was it that you watched this video?
It's 2017 or 2018, thereabouts.
And what effect, if any, did watching this video and hearing Miles Guo's claim have on you?
To have a live interview cut short like that is, I think it's a very significant event. And so that seemed to add some credibility to his claim that Voice of America may have been influenced.
After watching that initial video, Mr. Chin, how often, if at all, did you start watching Miles Guo's videos?
I started following his YouTube video posts, just tried to listen more and more what he has to say. And also later followed his Twitter account.
Did you read G News?
G News was later platform he formed, I think.
And did you read G News ever?
I have.
Mr. Chin, did there come a time when you began volunteering as a Miles Guo supporter?
Yeah. There are many followers of his videos, and I think it's at the beginning of the COVID. Because it was really chaotic all over the world, and many followers, he talked about COVID a lot too. And many followers felt that the information coming out of China and going into China are not transparent. So many of us, the followers, basically volunteered that, yes, we can do some translation of the news from the credible US sources outside of China and send those information back into China.
And Mr. Chin, what kind of volunteer work did you yourself do?
Just translate news articles and the information from, say, Johns Hopkins Hospital. Related COVID information.
And Mr. Chin, I'll just ask you, just for everyone's benefit, if you could raise your voice, if you can.
Yes.
Thank you. So Mr. Chin, when you were doing this volunteer translation work, who, if anyone, were you working with?
I have worked with several loosely organized small groups, but eventually the bigger group I spend most of time with is a person named David.
What was David's last name?
At that time we didn't know, but later we learned that his last name was Dai, D-A-I.
Where was David located?
He apparently was located in UK.
What was David's role in this group?
He is presumed the leader of this group.
And the group you were working with, did it have a name?
There was a name roughly translate to Fighting Hawk or Fighting Eagle.
Why was it called Fighting Hawk or Fighting Eagle?
I assume because Miles Guo always have an eagle as his logo on his t-shirt or cap.
Was this group, Mr. Chin, a farm?
In the beginning, it was not.
Were you ever a farm member yourself?
No, I was not.
Now, Mr. Chin, you testified you began following Miles Guo on social media and you watched his videos. Right?
Correct.
What was your impression, if any, of Miles Guo's wealth?
He portrayed himself as a very wealthy person.
And why did you have that impression?
Just by all the setup, his luxury apartment, yacht, and the cars, so on, so forth.
What sorts of things, if any, would he say about his wealth?
He claimed that he made his wealth in China doing either construction or land development and made his money.
And you mentioned his apartment. What, if anything, did he say about how much his apartment cost?
He has mentioned the purchasing process of that apartment in New York. I recall a number like $80 million.
You also mentioned his yacht. What, if anything, did he say about the quality of his yacht?
His yacht was shown in his video constantly. It's a very big yacht. And he has been bragging about the build, the interior, the exterior of that yacht constantly.
When you would watch him in his broadcasts, what sorts of clothes would he be wearing, typically?
He usually wears very nicely tailored suit, and sometimes he would be doing exercising, but, yeah. He usually wears nice suits.
And what, if anything, did Guo say about his clothing?
He would also brag that his suits were made by famous tailor. I don't recall the name.
Mr. Chin, at the time you were following Miles Guo and watching these videos, did you believe he was very wealthy?
At the time, yes, I did.
Mr. Chin, are you familiar with the rule of law organizations?
Yes.
What were the rule of law organizations?
At a certain time, Miles.
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Chin, what were the rule of law organizations? You can answer that question.
At certain time, Miles declared the establishment of Rule of Law Foundation. His claim was that he would be using this money to help the pro-democracy group or people from China, or in China.
What, if anything, did Guo say about donating his own money to Rule of Law Foundation?
I recall he mentioned that his family will donate a large sum of money to this foundation.
Do you recall how much?
I recall a number like 100 million.
Now, Mr. Chin, you said you had the impression he was very wealthy at this time, right?
Yes.
At that time, did you believe Guo could donate $100 million to the Rule of Law Foundation?
At the time, based on his claims, I did believe that.
Did you donate to the Rule of Law Foundation, Mr. Chin?
This foundation, over time I made several small donations.
And about how much in total did you donate to the Rule of Law Foundation?
Several $100, $200 some.
Now, in addition to those donations, Mr. Chin, did there come a time when you invested in certain opportunities promoted by Miles Guo?
Yes. Later, there were two claimed investment opportunities I did donate.
And approximately when did you donate?
When? Early 2020.
And do you recall around what month?
It should be May, April or May.
Now, Mr. Chin, what opportunities did you invest in?
These are two. He claims that he will form a platform, social platform, media platform to further broadcast news to, that is uninfluenced by outside power, to send those news to China.
What was the name of that platform?
It's GTV.
And did you try to invest in GTV?
At the time he claimed that GTV is for large investors only. More than 100,000-ish as a minimum. So for small investors, he created different route to invest.
And Mr. Chin, how much did you invest in GTV?
That's $10,000.
And you said that there was a $100,000 limit, is that right?
Yes, he claimed that those are for invited special investors.
So where did you send your $10,000 investment in GTV?
That $10,000, together with other followers, or investors, was sent to an entity called Voice of Guo. Voice of Guo Media or Voice of Guo. It's a bank account in Arizona.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, could we please show the witness what's marked for identification as Government Exhibit VC11? Mr. Chin, is this the bank information where you sent your money?
Correct.
Mr. Ferguson said, Government offers Government Exhibit VC11.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit VC11 received in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, could we please publish?
By Mr. Ferguson.
All right. Now, Mr. Chin, you said this is the bank account where you sent your $10,000 investment in GTV. Is that right?
Correct.
Why did you send your GTV investment to Voice of Guo?
It was we were told that small investors cannot invest directly to GTV. We need to pool our money together through the VOG, Voice of Guo account.
And who told you to pool money and send it to Voice of Guo?
From Miles Guo himself on his videos and also from a lady named Sarah Wei.
Who is Sarah Wei?
She is one of the early avid supporters of Miles Guo.
And what connection, if any, did she have to Voice of Guo Media?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, if you know you may answer.
I received this instruction from Sarah's email.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, if we could show just the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit VC9. Mr. Chin, is this another document you received from Sarah Way?
Correct.
Mr. Ferguson said, the government offers Government Exhibit VC9.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit VC9 received in evidence.
Mr. Chin, could you please read what's stated at the top of this document?
No, all men buy these.
Oh, I'm sorry. The bold text at the very top.
Okay. Limited Purpose Agency Agreement.
And what was your understanding of what this document was, Mr. Chin?
At the time, it is a contract of this investment.
Between you and who?
And VOG, Voice of Guo, Sarah's account.
And did you sign this document?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever receive a countersigned copy of this document?
I have not.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, we can take that down. Thank you. Mr. Chin, what was your understanding of what was supposed to happen with the $10,000 you sent to VOG?
The understanding was this money will be pooled together to meet the threshold, 100,000. To be able to invest in GTV.
And why did you want to invest in GTV, Mr. Chin?
At the time, while busy working on translating documents. And it was claimed that GTV will become a new social platform, social media platform or media platform. To transfer information.
And what reasons did you want to invest with your own money into what you understood GTV would be? Mr. Chin?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, you may answer.
It's being repeatedly claimed that this new social or media platform will also do well through advertisement to make profit.
What, if anything, did Miles Guo say about the return on your investment in GTV, Mr. Chin?
He threw out very large numbers, many volumes of return.
And at the time when you invested in GTV, did you believe Miles Guo?
At that time I did believe there's a chance of return.
What, if anything, did Miles Guo say about the risk of the GTV investment?
The risk has been really downplayed, minimal.
And what, if anything, did he say about why that was?
Just that his claim that this will be one of the only media that is not affected by CCP, so it will be the voice of most Chinese people will be used.
And at the time did you believe Miles Guo that there was not a lot of risk in this investment?
At the time I did believe that.
Mr. Chin, before 2020, had you participated in stock investments?
Stock, yes.
And in 2020 did you have a financial advisor?
I had a financial advisor to my retirement account, but not brokerage account.
Would you describe yourself as a sophisticated investor?
No.
Had you ever participated in a private placement?
No.
What, if anything, did Guo say about who could participate in private placements?
Private placement. It appeared to be a selective group. You have to be invited. And you need to make a large sum of investment. There is a large minimum.
Was it your impression that normally unsophisticated investors could participate in something like a private placement?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
What, if anything, did Miles Guo say about who could typically participate in a private placement?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Chin, what time limit, if any, was there on your participating in this private placement?
At the time we were told that this opportunity window was closing up soon, so people who wants to participate need to act quickly. Within that monthish time period, March, April, Mayish time.
Mr. Chin, had you ever invested in a hedge fund?
I have not.
In his broadcasts, what, if anything, did Miles Guo say about sending GTV investor funds to a hedge fund?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Which broadcasts?
Mr. Ferguson said, any broadcasts.
The court said, you may answer.
He has never mentioned reinvesting to hedge fund.
If you had known that Miles Guo was sending GTV investor funds to a hedge fund, would you have invested in GTV?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Lack of foundation. We dealt with this yesterday, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Mr. Chin, if you had known that Miles Guo was sending GTV investor funds to a hedge fund, would you have invested in GTV?
Most likely, no, because I was pretty simple-minded that this money will be used to build the platform, not reinvest.
Now, Mr. Chin, what ended up happening to your money sent to VOG?
Because I did not receive any return reply or receipt from VOG. After asking them couple times through email, I had my suspicion. And also some other followers who will have left the group also alarmed me that this may be a scam. So I contacted my bank, which wired the money to Wells Fargo, and the bank investor contacted Wells Fargo. And within a couple weeks, Wells Fargo was able to intercept that wire and return that $10,000 to me.
So ultimately you received the $10,000 you sent back from the bank?
Yes.
Mr. Chin, about how soon after you had sent the money to VOG did you contact the bank about fraud?
Maybe 2 weeks-ish. No more than a month. 2 weeks. Yes.
Mr. Chin, was this $10,000 transfer to VOG your only Miles Guo-related investment?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form.
The court said, overruled.
Did you invest in other Miles Guo opportunities, Mr. Chin?
Yes, there was another one called a G-Dollar.
How much did you invest in G-Dollar?
It's also $10,000.
And around what time did you invest in G-Dollar?
About the same day or the next day of these two investments were wired.
At that time, Mr. Chin, what did you understand G-Dollar to be?
At the time I heard some claims also by Miles that this money will be used to build a cryptocurrency or purchase precious metals as a foundation of the movement.
When you say precious metals, what sorts of things?
Gold. He mentioned that quite often.
Mr. Chin, where did you send your G-Dollar money?
This was sent to a Capital One bank account located in New York.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, could we please show marked exhibits to the witness, just the witness, government exhibits VC7 and VC8, please? Mr. Chin, what are these exhibits?
This is wiring instruction the followers get from a web link.
Mr. Ferguson said, government offers government exhibits VC7 and 8.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's exhibits VC7 and VC8 received in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, and could we publish, please, Ms. Loftus?
By Mr. Ferguson.
Now, Mr. Chin, you said these were wire instructions sent to followers on a web link, is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Ferguson said, Ms. Loftus, I want to focus you first on the one on the left, Mr. Chin. Mr. Ferguson said, could we blow that one up, Ms. Loftus? All right. Now, Mr. Chin, at the very top it says G-Dollar pre-order. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the bank account name listed beneath that?
Bank account name. That's GTV Media Group.
And do you know, Mr. Chin, why G-Dollar money was sent to GTV?
At the time I don't think this was clearly defined because everything was promoted by, both entities were promoted by Miles himself. So it's all related to GTV.
Mr. Ferguson said, and you can zoom out, Ms. Loftus. And if we could zoom on the one on the right. All right. Now this one says mail the check. Who is the payee, Mr. Chin?
Payee will be GTV Media Group Incorporated.
All right. And then do you see the text about halfway or a little lower that says tip? How much G-Dollar will receive? Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a chart beneath that. Do you see the chart, Mr. Chin?
Yes, I do.
Can you please explain what's shown in the chart?
It appears that you buy more, you get more. You pay more than 100, you get 120.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can take this down for now." Mr. Chin, at the time you sent your $10,000 for $. What was happening in the news with respect to cryptocurrency at that time?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form.
The court said, if you'll step up.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, what was happening in the news?
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor. It's relevant to the promotion of cryptocurrencies at the time. The witness is going to testify that at that time, cryptocurrency was booming in the news. It was sort of the hot new fad. He's not going to say those exact words. I'm sort of editorializing a little bit. I believe the only objection was to form, Your Honor, not relevance.
Mr. Kamaraju said, because it is an improper question to ask the witness what was happening generally in the news about any topic, let alone cryptocurrency. If you're asking particular questions of this witness, maybe.
Mr. Ferguson said, I can ask him, what information were you reading about cryptocurrency?
Mr. Kamaraju said, even that. I don't know what relevance the promotions of other cryptocurrencies has to this particular case.
Mr. Ferguson said, he's just going to say there was a lot of information about cryptocurrency and the coin was like, you know, booming. It was part of why he invested.
Mr. Kamaraju said, I'm still not sure.
The court said, you can ask him what motivated him to buy this investment.
Mr. Ferguson said, okay.
The court said, okay.
In open court.
The court said, sustained.
By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Chin, in addition to Miles Guo's statements, what, if anything, motivated you to buy $? At that time?
Generally to still support this movement and also the claim of potential return.
Had you ever invested in a cryptocurrency before?
I have not.
What, if anything, did Guo say about the risk of investing in $?
Also very much downplayed, basically just referred to the success of other cryptocurrency. That this will not fail.
And Mr. Chin, what happened to the money you sent to GTV for $?
Same as the other wire. I didn't receive any receipt. So when I contacted my bank, I reported both wiring, so they also contacted Capital One Bank. But Capital One Bank said the money has been deposited or withdrawn, so that money was not returned at that time.
Did you get any cryptocurrencies for that $10,000?
I didn't receive anything.
Did you get a receipt?
No.
Ultimately, Mr. Chin, did you get any refund of that money?
Couple years later, through Security Exchange Fair Fund. They eventually returned all the investors some of this money.
You said Securities and Exchange. What are you referring to there?
The SEC.
The SEC?
Yes.
The money that was returned to you through the SEC, did you get a 100% refund or less than 100%?
Everyone received 92%.
Did Miles Guo pay back the missing 8%?
No.
Mr. Chin, you've discussed reporting to your banks and trying to reverse your investments. What caused you to have doubts about your investments?
First of all, I didn't receive any even receipt, so that's the biggest alarm. And then meanwhile, there are more and more people who have left the team before I did. We also talk to each other. And they start to give me warning that this is probably becoming a scam.
What effect did that have on you?
I feel all the good intention, not myself, many people were abused. That we tried to support a pro-democracy movement or transparency of information to Chinese people. But we were scammed.
You said other people warned you. Can you please describe why you think other people's warnings played a role in your doubts?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form and hearsay.
Mr. Ferguson said, it's for its effect, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
My feeling right now is, it's like other cult, right? When you believe that. You believe the leader and you cannot ask questions, but then some people who, quote-unquote, wake up were able to have that effect on me, yeah.
You used the phrase wake up. Why do you use that phrase, wake up?
That's how I feel because after I left the group, I feel very relieved.
Who is the ultimate leader of this group, Mr. Chin?
Miles Guo.
Mr. Chin, for people who were still in the group, what, if anything, did those people say about people who left the group?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
The witness said, "May I?"
The court said, "Go ahead."
Okay. When, in the beginning, there were few people who left. And they were very quickly labeled as traitor or CCP spies. At the time it's very shocking, but it seems believable. But as more and more people left and more people were labeled as CCP spies, that became not very reasonable. Yeah. And it is almost against his original intent of a democracy movement. Pro-democracy movement, because people cannot have different voice in the team, in the group.
Mr. Chin, at the time when you were a believer, what did you think you were a part of?
I tried to focus myself just on the translation job, collecting news, medical information. And try to translate that, and I think on a small part. At the small part of a bigger movement of pro-democracy movement.
Looking back now, what do you think you were actually a part of?
Mr. Kumraju said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
Right now I believe that was very elaborate scam.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Could I have a moment, Your Honor?" No further questions.
The court said, "Cross-examination."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Yes. Thank you, Your Honor." Cross-examination.
By Mr. Kumraju.
Mr. Chin, since we've been having some problems with the mic, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes.
So I'd like to start where you started with the prosecutors, I believe. You talked about your family moving to Taiwan, correct?
Yes.
And that was the result of atrocities committed as part of the Communist Revolution in China, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said that was because there was infighting among the Communist Party, right?
It has been called a civil war.
Okay. A civil war. So a dispute, an internal conflict, right?
Within China, yeah.
And one set of members of the Communist Party did not want to release the other set from their group. Right?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Let me try it this way. Very difficult to leave the Chinese Communist Party, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may answer. Go ahead."
From what I've learned, it seems that way.
Okay. And you said that, and I apologize if I got this wrong, so please correct me. But you mentioned that there was a government that moved to Taiwan, correct?
The government before 1949 was Republic of China, and that government right now is in Taiwan.
Okay. So the government that existed in China before 1949 now exists in Taiwan.
Correct.
All right. So it's an alternate government to the Chinese Communist Party that runs mainland China. Correct?
That becomes the politics.
I'm just asking your understanding, sir.
It's current government ruling, controlling or ruling Taiwan.
Okay. But that government that resides in Taiwan believes it's the legitimate government of China. Right?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor." He can't testify to what that government believes.
The court said, "Sustained."
Okay. Let me ask, is that your understanding, sir?
No. Not right now. In the past, probably.
Okay. That's fine.
The court said, "Who is the leader of the enemy of the Communist Party in the 1940s? What was the name of the leader?"
The witness said, "That would be Chiang Kai-shek."
The court said, and did he go to Taiwan?
The witness said he went to Taiwan.
The court said, go ahead.
Mr. Kumraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
By Mr. Kumraju.
Now you mentioned, I believe, that you first came across Mr. Guo on YouTube, is that right?
Correct.
That was in 2017, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And the first thing you saw about Mr. Guo was about a Voice of America interview he had done. Right?
Not the interview itself. He mentioned discussing that interview.
Right. It was a video discussing the Voice of America interview, correct, just to be clear.
Correct.
And you said that he claimed that the Chinese Communist Party had cut off the interview, right?
He claimed that the Voice of America cut it off due to the influence of CCP.
Okay. And are you using the word claimed because you're skeptical of that?
I couldn't verify that, right?
Okay. Because you have no evidence one way or the other about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no way of knowing, correct?
No.
Not then and not now, right?
Right now there actually are more information out, but again, I cannot verify myself.
Right. So you have no idea if there is an effort by the Chinese Communist Party to silence Mr. Guo. Correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Now I think you mentioned that, I'm not referring to the Mr. Guo interview. But previously, you had been able to see Voice of America in Taiwan, correct?
Not see, only listening to shortwave radio.
Okay. Was it difficult to access Voice of America in Taiwan?
Not in Taiwan.
Okay. How about mainland China?
Difficult.
Why is that?
I've heard that it's illegal to listen to outside broadcasts in mainland China.
And when you say outside broadcasts, does that apply to social media as well?
When I grew up, there was no social media. These are just words, just radio broadcasts.
Okay. So the censorship has been going on for a long time then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was one of the ideas behind apologies. That was one of the ideas behind GTV. According to your understanding, correct?
At the time that it was the claim, yes, and I believed that.
And that was based on the idea of breaking through something called the Great Firewall of China, correct?
I've heard that claim, yes.
What does the phrase, the Great Firewall of China, mean?
I have limited understanding in that part of the technology, but generally it's censorship.
Okay. Censorship by who?
By CCP.
Okay. And so GTV was intended to break through that?
That was the claim.
Okay. And that claim seemed reasonable to you?
At the time I believed that.
Okay. Did you have any idea how GTV was going to accomplish that goal?
No. That was never clearly explained.
Okay. So right now I'm not asking what was explained. I'm just asking whether you had any belief as to how that was going to happen.
No. I wouldn't know, no.
You've met with the prosecutors before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On several occasions, right?
Remote meeting, yes.
Yeah. Whether remote or in person, you've met with them on a number of occasions, correct?
Correct.
And there were FBI agents there, right?
Correct.
And there was somebody taking notes, right?
In remote meeting, I couldn't tell.
How about the in-person meetings?
I did not see them taking notes.
Okay. So you didn't observe anybody taking notes. But isn't it true that you told the prosecutors that you thought that GTV could break through the Great Firewall of China using satellite technology?
No, I have not said that.
So you never mentioned Starlink to them?
No.
And so if there were notes reflecting that, those notes would be wrong, sir. Is that your testimony?
Satellite and Starlink, no.
Now when you were talking about the money that you sent to Ms. Wei, you referred to it as Voice of Guo or Voice of Guo Media, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Guo Media is a social media company, correct?
Guo Media claimed to want to do social media. Social media platform was never built. It's just a name. Guo Media. That's my understanding.
So it's your testimony that Guo Media never actually broadcast anything?
No. Guo.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor. That wasn't the testimony."
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Guo Media never broadcast anything. All the broadcast by Miles or by Sarah. I'm not sure Guo Media label was put up there as Guo Media, but everyone know it came from the same person.
Well, the reason why I asked you is because you testified, I believe, that he claimed that Guo Media was a social media company, correct?
Guo Media is a social company? My recollection. He claimed that Guo Media will build a social platform, but that's that.
Okay. And that's the same claim you say that he made with respect to GTV, correct?
Those names have been used interchangeably by him and others, was not clearly defined what Guo Media. What GTV? It was not clearly strictly defined. That's my recollection.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. So when you invested money in 2020, in May of 2020, did you think you were investing in Guo Media?
At the time the money was sent to Voice of Guo account and supposedly this will be pulled together to meet the 100K threshold to be able to invest in however that's going to be Guo Media. Yes.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Kumraju.
Okay. So the $10,000 that you sent to Ms. Wei, you intended for that to be invested in Guo Media. That's your testimony?
That's what we were told, that this money will go where this money will go.
Okay. Now, we've talked about Ms. Wei for a little bit. You don't have a very high opinion of her. Correct?
She was an early strong supporter, seems to be, and later I stopped listening to her.
You don't think she's very bright, right?
That's all personal opinion.
The witness said, "Do I have to answer?"
The court said, yeah, you can answer whether you think she's bright or not.
I don't think she's highly educated.
In fact, you've told the prosecutors that she is incompetent, correct?
I don't think I told the prosecutors she's incompetent. She's not. I cannot recall if I used that word, but...
Okay. Let's put to the side whether you used that specific word. Did you express to them any word that suggested to them that you thought she was incompetent?
Any word. I don't think I can recall exactly.
Now, sir, during your testimony on direct you repeatedly referred to things that you believe Mr. Guo said. Correct?
Correct.
You have never spoken personally with Mr. Guo, right?
No, I have not.
Okay. So he didn't say those things to you, right?
Not to me personally.
So where did you hear them?
Where do I hear?
Where did you hear them?
Mostly Twitter and YouTube.
Like Twitter posts or what?
Twitter posts.
So like typed out Twitter posts.
Video, mostly video post.
Okay. Which videos?
He has post many videos.
Okay. Tell me the video where he downplayed the risk of the GTV investment.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, overruled. You may answer if you know.
I have them in my record. I cannot name the date right now. But there was a video he said that the money will grow quickly.
What did he say specifically, sir?
In one of the video that I can recall, he said the money has grown so much in the past few days. And once it's open up to more investor, this will grow tremendously, very large numbers.
Okay. In which video did he promise really high returns?
In his video, he would be promising hundreds or even more, higher number for the return.
Which video?
Again, the video that have translated for the team.
Okay. But the prosecutors didn't ask you about that specific video, right?
While the early email communication, I have forwarded a few links to the investigator.
Okay. But during your testimony in this courtroom, the prosecutor didn't show you any of those statements, right?
During this court, in this.
The court said, when the prosecutor was asking you questions, did he show you videos just now?
The witness said, show video, no video.
Now, you testified on direct that you believed Mr. Guo's statements about getting higher returns. Correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that during your very first meeting with the prosecutors, you told them that you thought that his predictions of returns were ridiculous?
He claimed that everyone will be able to own a yacht like that. That's obviously ridiculous. I didn't believe that.
Okay. So you didn't believe that everybody would be able to buy a yacht. You thought that was a ridiculous claim, right?
At the time that number was ridiculous even to me.
Right. The returns he was predicting in your mind were ridiculous, right?
Those large number were not reasonable.
Okay. And, in fact, you also told the prosecutors that you didn't have an anticipation of getting a return at all from your GTV investment. Right?
At the time my mindset is if there's some return, great, if there's no return, I donate it to a cause.
Right. Because ultimately, the goal of you sending the money to GTV was to support GTV's mission to break through the Great Firewall of China. Correct?
There was definitely some expectation of some return too.
But didn't you just testify that if you didn't get a return, okay, you donated to a cause?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now, one of the reasons why it was important, GTV's mission was important to you personally, is because you still have family in China. Correct?
There are remote family, yeah.
Okay. Now, did you watch a video by Mr. Guo when he announced the GTV private placement?
Announced the private placement. There were many videos at the time. I don't know exactly which one is announcement. But at the time I watched many.
How about one on April 20th, 2020, did you watch that?
I cannot recall the date exactly.
Do you remember watching any video of his in April of 2020?
I don't memorize the date. I may have, but I.
Okay. So when did you first hear about the potential GTV investment?
It's also in that time frame he has been mentioning an investment opportunity.
When you say, in that time frame, are you talking about the April time frame?
April, even late March, as I recall, there were mentioning of the opportunity.
Okay. And he was mentioning those, you said, in videos posted online, right?
YouTube. Correct.
YouTube. Is it your testimony that you never saw him discuss a GTV private placement on a Guo media platform?
I do not know the exact distinction between these two. These two names or two entities were not clearly defined. It was separated in my mind.
Okay. Now, when you were evaluating the GTV investment that you were going to make, you thought it was a risky investment, correct?
At the time I thought, yes, it's risky.
And you were unsure about making the investment, correct?
I had my doubt too, yes.
You didn't contact Mr. Guo and try to address those doubts with him, right?
I have not.
But you did contact somebody to address those doubts, right?
The email I send the money to, yes.
Well, didn't you speak about your concerns with the GTV investment with somebody who goes by the name Bird?
There's a lady with name called James Bird, not just Bird, James Bird.
Okay. Thank you. So you spoke with James Bird about your concerns prior to investing?
There were discussions.
I'm just trying to get clear, was that with James Bird, this discussion?
My understanding is that she also invested. And before the investment, there were discussion whether to make the investment or not.
Okay. Discussions between you and James Bird, right?
The court said, "Are you saying Jane Bird?"
The witness said, James.
The court said James.
The witness said, last name Bird, but it's a she.
The court said, "So is the last name James Bird?"
The witness said, that's her online name.
The court said, "I see."
The witness said, James Bird, the one word.
The court said, "Go ahead."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
By Mr. Kumraju.
So I just want to be clear so the record is clear. When you're referring to discussions, you're talking about discussions between you and the person who goes by the name James Bird.
Correct.
And based on those discussions, you then proceeded with your investment, correct?
There are also discussions with a few more people, now I don't recall the name, but yes. There was at least one discussion with James Bird.
Okay. So you vetted your investment decision with James Bird and a few other people, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. Mischaracterizing.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. You discussed your investment decision with James Bird and a few other people, correct?
There was, yes.
But none of those people were Miles Guo, right?
No.
Mr. Kumraju said, "May I have just one moment, Your Honor? I'll try to organize a little bit." Now, around the time that you were making your GTV investment, you also said that you were doing some translation work on behalf of the movement, correct?
Correct.
And so what were you translating exactly?
For example, at the time that was COVID, and that a number of death or infection inside China. Outside China. I mean inside China looks from statistic point of view looks not reasonable. So one of the job I did was collect the trend of infection from several different country and make a comparison. And said that explain that for infectious disease. Statistically it unlikely to have a zero or very low flat infection number, right? Because most other countries have a certain trend. But the statistics people can see from China looks odd from mathematic point of view, a mathematical point of view.
So the material that you were translating was health information that you were trying to help people in China. Is that right?
Just to show that be careful what information they are receiving, to have a second opinion, I guess.
Okay. Because there's only one opinion allowed typically in China, correct?
China is controlled by CCP.
Right. And so it's the CCP's opinion that's allowed, right?
It's a specific for health information or?
Sure, let's stick with that.
There seems to be only one published data.
Okay. And you testified on direct that Mr. Guo was also talking about COVID, correct?
He discussed COVID too, yeah.
And you translated some of his information about COVID, right?
Most of the information I translated is public information from the US. I collected. Some of his talks I translated to English may also contain his opinion on COVID.
Okay. So you translated. I think you used the word talks. So you translated talks that Mr. Guo gave about COVID and about other things, right?
About other things. There are COVID and other things, correct.
Like what other things?
The same thing. The corruption in mainland China, how bad that was, things like that.
Okay. And you thought that was important to get that information to the people in China, right?
Just as again to perhaps open up more the information flow or news flow.
You testified on direct that you were no longer a follower, right?
Correct.
When did you stop being a follower?
Since I didn't receive any receipt on my investment.
Okay. So that was in summer of 2020.
Correct. Since I asked investigator to investigate.
I'm sorry, sir, are you finished with your answer?
Finished.
Since you stopped being a follower of Mr. Guo, have you still tracked the information that he puts out?
I didn't track his information, no.
Have you been following what's been going on in Mr. Guo's life since you stopped being a follower?
No.
Okay. So you have no idea if he is still wealthy or not, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You can answer.
On YouTube sometimes those video pop up. But I have not actively tracked or follow or search any of his whereabout.
So you don't know if he still has a yacht, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. Asked and answered.
Mr. Kamraju said, I know I've not asked that question before.
The court said, I know. I know. You may answer, sir.
The question was?
You don't know if he still has a yacht.
I wouldn't know either way. I wasn't following his.
Okay. So I'm not going to go through each thing, I'll just sum it up. All the luxury items that you talked about seeing in the videos. Remember you testified about that with the prosecutor?
I did not follow, so.
Okay. So you have no idea if he still has any of those things, right?
There were video that pop up with him in that apartment or on the yacht. But whether he still own or whatnot, I don't know any more than that.
You testified on direct, sir, that you thought that you woke up, I think was your word. Because you spoke to a couple of friends who told you it was a scam, is that right?
Basically, a few ex-followers who left the group before I did.
Were any of those ex-followers based in China, sir?
There was a friend who was a prior acquaintance. She was based in China, but she did travel. She was also following all this Guo's video. She also contacted me separately and warned me that this doesn't look right to her.
All right. And this friend lives in Beijing, is that right?
I said she travels around overseas as well. I don't know exactly.
One of the first claims that you said Mr. Guo made was that VOA was pressured to take him off the air. Correct?
That's his claim.
And that happened in 2017, right?
I don't know the exact date, but I think that event happened in 2017.
Mr. Kamraju said, could we please have Exhibit DXSTIP-001, please? Can we go to paragraph 5? Can you read the first sentence, sir? Mr. Kamraju said, if you could maybe highlight that for him.
To carry out some of the objectives of Fox Hunt in 2017. The PRC government tasked a specially designated group of operatives, the group with discrediting and harassing individuals, including Mr. Guo, by using interactive computer services and electronic communication systems.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. And then can we highlight the sentence that says, the group's tactics aimed at Mr. Guo? And go all the way through the end of that sentence. Can you read that sentence, please?
The group's tactics aimed at Mr. Guo included using anonymized social media accounts operated by the group and by pressuring U.S. social media companies to remove Mr. Guo and U.S.-based associates of Mr. Guo from social media platforms.
Can you read the next sentence, please?
These efforts were part of the PRC government's broader effort to prevent, disrupt, and harass Mr. Guo's use of social media and other online platforms to disseminate and discuss disfavored content.
Mr. Kamraju said, no further questions.
The court said redirect.
Mr. Ferguson said, yes, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Chin, you were asked questions about the difference between Guo Media and GTV, do you recall that?
Yes, I was asked.
Is the difference between those two things clear to you?
At the time it was not very clear, it just all directed by Miles Guo.
And when you sent $10,000 to VOG, what did you understand would happen with that money?
My understanding based on the claim was that this money will be pooled together to meet 100,000 threshold to be able to invest in the Guo Media.
Was it Guo Media or GTV?
Mr. Kamraju said, objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
And Mr. Chin. Just a moment ago you were asked about things Miles Guo said about being targeted by the CCP. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
What did Miles Guo say about the return on your GTV investment?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection. Scope.
The court said you may answer.
He claims again big numbers based on other existing social media or media companies' return.
And what about your G-dollar investment? What did he say about the returns on that?
He claimed that first of all, this will absorb a large amount of money. And then based on implying that based on the other cryptocurrency's success, this will also be successful.
At the time when you were a follower, did you believe what Miles Guo was saying?
At the time I did.
And, in fact, Mr. Chin, did you make money or lose money on these investments?
I lost.
Did Miles Guo pay back your losses?
He did not.
Are you still a follower of Miles Guo's today?
I'm not.
Why not?
I think he has scammed, abused, many people's good intention and our energy and the time. We tried to do something good, but we were cheated.
Mr. Ferguson said, no further questions.
The court said recross.
Mr. Kumraju said, very briefly, Your Honor. Recross-examination.
By Mr. Kumraju.
You testified that Miles Guo has not repaid your losses, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever asked him?
I have not.
Mr. Kumraju said, nothing further, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution may call its next witness.
Mr. Finkel said, government calls Steele Schottenheimer.
Steele Schottenheimer, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows.
The court said you may proceed.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Direct examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Ms. Schottenheimer, what city do you reside in?
Dallas, Texas.
Where do you work?
I work at Hayman Capital Management and Conservation Equity Management.
What's conservation equity management?
Conservation Equity Management is a natural capital and impact private equity firm.
What does that mean?
We invest in environmental strategies in the private markets, primarily buying raw land.
What's Hayman Capital?
Hayman Capital Management is an asset manager based in Dallas, Texas. It's founded by Carl Bass in 2005, and historically it's primarily focused on event-driven hedge funds.
Ms. Schottenheimer, how is it that you work at two different entities? Conservation Equity Management and Hayman Capital?
Hayman Capital Management is wholly owned by Carl Bass. And Kyle is a primary partner at Conservation Equity Management.
You said that Hayman Capital is an event-driven what was the term you used?
It's a global event-driven hedge fund manager.
What is a hedge fund manager?
A hedge fund manager is someone that manages hedge funds. Hedge funds are pooled vehicles that typically have an investment mandate or strategy.
And what does it mean that Hayman Capital is event-driven?
Event-driven investing has to do with typically some sort of catalyst that triggers the thesis or the investment focus.
The court said, can you give us an example or examples?
The witness said, yes. If you have a company buying another, that would be an event. If you have two companies merging, that would be an event. If you have a country that decides to devalue their currency, that would be an event.
Ms. Schottenheimer, how long have you been at Hayman Capital?
I have worked at Hayman since April of 2006, so just over 18 years.
What's your title at Hayman Capital?
I'm the Managing Director of Investor Relations.
How long have you held that role?
I've always been in investor relations, but the title of Managing Director. Roughly the last 15 years.
Can you just briefly describe to the members of the jury what your general duties and responsibilities are as the Managing Director of Investor Relations?
Yes. I am the point person on all current investors. And I am also the point person for our marketing efforts to potential investors. I also handle a lot of Kyle's scheduling, as well as his media appearances.
You mentioned Kyle. What is Kyle Bass's title at Hayman?
Kyle Bass is the founder and chief investment officer at Hayman Capital Management.
I want to focus on the time period of 2020. Around that time period, Ms. Schottenheimer, what were the types of clients that Hayman engaged with?
Hayman clients at that time were high net worth individuals, family offices, endowments, and broadly institutional investors.
What's a family office?
A family office is an investment office that is dedicated to managing the wealth of a family.
Approximately how many employees does Hayman have?
Today
And in 2020, if you could.
In 2020, I think it was around 8. Today it's 6.
In 2020, what were the approximate amount of assets under Hayman's management?
Around 400 million.
And what does that mean, assets under management?
Assets under management is the amount of capital that we invest on behalf of our investors. We have direct control over the asset allocation and investment decisions.
As part of your duties, do you also occasionally manage Kyle Bass's calendar?
At times, yes.
Based on your involvement in his scheduling, does Kyle Bass make media appearances?
Yes.
Can you broadly describe to the members of the jury what Mr. Bass's profile is, generally speaking? In the financial industry?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form.
The court said, sustained.
Do I answer the question?
No.
The court said, when I sustain the objection you don't.
Based on your involvement in Mr. Bass's calendar, does he make media appearances?
Yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
What sort of media appearances does he make?
Kyle has done a number of media appearances that would include CNN International, Bloomberg, CNBC, CNBC Asia.
In 2020, before then, how often was Mr. Bass making media appearances?
Say at least once a month, generally.
In 2020 and before then, did Mr. Bass have a public position regarding the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes.
What was it?
Kyle had a negative view on the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese economy.
What is your view on the Chinese Communist Party?
I also have a negative view.
Why?
I have a negative view because I don't agree with not allowing people to practice their religion and putting them in concentration camps for doing so.
Ms. Schottenheimer, can any member of the public invest in a Hayman Capital financial product?
No.
Why not?
Because Hayman Capital, the funds that Hayman Capital Management operates, relies on a 3(c)(7) exemption. Which means that we could only market and accept capital from qualified purchasers.
What is the 3(c)(7) exception?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection, Your Honor. Can we have a brief sidebar?
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. At sidebar.
Mr. Kamaraju said, so my objection is that Ms. Schottenheimer has not been noticed or proffered as an expert witness on securities regulations. And yet she's being asked, and I anticipate will continue to be asked, about interpretations of various aspects of the Investment Advisors Act and various securities regulations. And that is properly the province of expert testimony before the court.
The court said, are you merely asking her about credentials or qualifications for investing at a certain level?
Mr. Finkel said, yes. And she's not being offered as an expert. But she's a lay witness in which her job is to evaluate whether someone can be an investor in Hayman. That's very relevant to all the conduct here.
The court said, any average financial advisor knows this is not expert testimony.
Mr. Kamaraju said, well, in Bulgarian, Your Honor, United States versus Bilzerian. The Second Circuit approved the use of expert testimony to interpret SEC regulations.
The court said sure.
Mr. Kamaraju said, I want to make sure that's not where we're going.
The court said, my sense is that we're not going there.
Mr. Finkel said, she's not interpreting regulations. She's explaining her understanding of the requirements to invest in Hayman Capital, which is very relevant because she evaluated Mr. Kwok's investment in Hayman Capital GTV investor funds. And that's her job. So determining whether someone is a qualified purchaser. An accredited investor speaks to what she does on a day-to-day basis. She'll be crossed on it, and she's not been certified as an expert by Your Honor.
Mr. Kamaraju said, but I don't think there's any dispute as to Mr. Guo's ability to invest in Hayman Capital. The dispute is whether there were unaccredited investors allowed to invest in GTV. This witness's understanding of what an accredited investor, it doesn't matter.
The court said, it's not about GTV, am I correct?
Mr. Finkel said, well, 2 points in response to that, Your Honor. First, I believe Your Honor ruled in the motions in limine that we are allowed to introduce the fact of the unaccredited investor offering with respect to GTV. With respect to whether this witness is about the GTV offering, in a part, yes. Because the GTV money that was collected by Mr. Kwok and his co-conspirators was funneled into the hedge fund that Ms. Schottenheimer works for. And so she's not going to be interpreting SEC regulations and saying, I believe this. She's talking about what she does every day. This is her job.
The court said, but I don't consider this to be expert testimony and I'm going to permit the questions.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you.
Mr. Kamaraju said, can I just have one clarification? I'm allowed to then cross-examine her on her understanding of the differences.
The court said, between what and what?
Mr. Kamaraju said, between a qualified investor, which I believe he's going to elicit, and a minimum investment threshold.
The court said sure.
Mr. Kamaraju said, okay.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, you may continue.
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, what is a 3C7 objection? Excuse me. Objection was overruled. What is a 3C7 exception?
A 3C7 exception is something that comes from the 40 Act rule under Sec. Securities and Exchange Commission Directive. And basically a 3C fund, a 3C7 fund is how Hayman sets up their hedge funds.
What is a qualified purchaser?
For an individual, a qualified purchaser is someone that has $5 million in marketable securities.
And what about for an entity?
For an entity that is not a family limited partnership, they have to have $25 million in pooled or in net assets.
How, if at all, is the qualified purchaser definition relevant to your work at Hayman Capital?
So because I am in charge of marketing to potential clients, I have to verify that everyone that I'm speaking to or providing information about our funds is, in fact, a qualified purchaser.
What is the term, accredited investor?
An accredited investor is someone that has $1 million of net worth, or $300,000 of combined income with their spouse, or $200,000 of income as an individual.
Can someone who's an accredited investor, but not a qualified purchaser, invest in a Hayman product?
No, they cannot.
In these thresholds, qualified purchaser, accredited investor, what entity, if at all, establishes those thresholds?
The Securities and Exchange Commission.
And what is your understanding of why those thresholds are established by the SEC?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
Can you please repeat the question?
Ms. Schottenheimer, what is the SEC?
The Securities and Exchange Commission.
What is your understanding, if any, about why the SEC establishes these thresholds of accredited investor and qualified purchaser?
To protect individuals that don't have these thresholds from investing in what's considered to be higher-risk investment funds.
And the financial products that Hayman offers, are they high-risk financial products?
They are considered to be by the SEC, yes. It's a hedge fund.
Okay. And in sort of layman's terms, what do you mean by higher risk?
Typically, a hedge fund can invest not just in the stock market or the bond market. They can participate in lots of different types of securities, over-the-counter options, over-the-counter forwards, commodities. It has a very large bandwidth of the types of financial products that a hedge fund can invest in. And these types of products are considered to be more high risk.
Ms. Schottenheimer, is part of your job evaluating whether potential clients are, in fact, qualified purchasers?
Yes.
And what does Hayman do, if anything, to validate whether a potential investor is a qualified purchaser?
If I had reverse inquiry that comes into investor relations at Hayman, I send them what's called a new contact questionnaire. It is a section out of our subscription booklet that, asks a couple of background information like their name, date of birth, phone number, email address, as well as an accredited investor representation and a qualified purchaser representation. So once I have these on file, I know that they have made the QP rep. And I am able to provide them information on the funds that Hayman offers.
What's a QP rep? What's that mean?
A qualified purchaser representation, meaning.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Meaning that they, in fact, are an individual that has $5 million in marketable securities.
And what's a reverse inquiry?
A reverse inquiry is when someone reaches out to Hayman inquiring about the different products that we offer.
Ms. Schottenheimer, what work, if any, does Hayman do to validate or check the representations made by potential investors claiming they are qualified purchasers?
We take the representation as is. There's no further checking. It's not required.
What is KYC?
Know your customer or know your client.
What does that mean in the context of the work you do at Hayman?
We have what's called anti-money laundering procedures in place when an investor makes an investment into one of our funds. And it is basically a grid, or a checklist of the information that we are required to collect and keep on file.
And what sort of information does Hayman collect as part of its KYC obligations?
It's a long list. A lot of it is included in the subscription document that the investor completes in order to subscribe to a fund. But on a high level, the name, address, social security number, date of birth, and a copy of a valid state-issued driver's license, passport. And we collect this on behalf of if someone is investing in their name, the investor. And then if it's an entity, we collect this information on behalf of the authorized signatory, as well as any beneficial owners over I think it's 20%.
What is AML?
Anti-money laundering.
How is that term relevant, if at all, to the work you do at Hayman?
So anti-money laundering is, we call them AML checks. And so this falls kind of within the Know Your Customer or Know Your Client process. And this AML checklist is actually what we use as part of the closing process to collect all the data that we need.
These AML and KYC checks, why, if at all, does Hayman do them?
We are required to.
By whom?
The SEC.
What is the term UBO?
You said UBL.
UBO? Oh.
UBO.
Have you heard that term before?
Ultimate beneficial owner.
What's an ultimate beneficial owner?
An ultimate beneficial owner is who actually owns the entity.
And how is the concept of an ultimate beneficial owner relevant, if at all, to your work at Hayman?
For AML purposes, we are required to drill down into an entity, so we have XYZ Entity Invest. And I need to collect AML on any individual that owns more than 20% of the entity. And sometimes an entity is owned by an entity, and you just keep going down until you actually get to an individual. And so you can do an AML check on that individual.
And why does Hayman go through all those steps about ultimate beneficial owners?
Because we are required to under our AML practices that are required by the SEC.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can I have one moment, Your Honor?"
The court said yes.
Counsel conferred.
Ms. Schottenheimer, I think he used the term, drill down, on the various ultimate beneficial owners. Can you just explain to the members of the jury what that means in the context of your work?
Absolutely. So if there's an entity, we say, does anyone or any entity own more than 20% of this entity? And if the answer is yes, then we collect. If it's a person, it's basically just a grid that goes down. If it's a person, then we collect the 5 AML requirements on that person. If it's an entity, then we would have to go to the next layer. Does anyone own 20% of this entity? Is it a person or is it another entity? And then you just continue to go until you actually have what we consider an ultimate beneficial owner.
Are you familiar with the concept in your work at Hayman of parent entities and subsidiaries?
Broadly familiar, yes.
And what does that mean?
A parent company is the company that owns a parent company owns subsidiaries.
Does Hayman also inquire with clients who wish to invest in a Hayman product what the source of the money is that they're using for an investment?
Source of money? No.
What about source of funds?
No.
Is a potential investor required to report where the money came from that they are using to invest in a Hayman financial product?
The specific capital being allocated, no.
Ms. Schottenheimer, have you ever met an individual known as Miles Kwok?
Yes.
Do you know him by any other names?
Miles Guo.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out and identify?
Mr. Kamaraju said, "Will stipulate to identity, Your Honor."
The court said, all righty.
When was the first time that you met Miles Kwok?
I met Miles Kwok in October of 2018.
And what was the name that you understand Miles Kwok to use at that time?
Miles Kwok.
Where did you meet him?
I met him in Dallas, Texas, at an airplane hangar.
Who was Miles Kwok with?
Miles Kwok was with Steve Bannon and William J.E.
At that time, 2018, Ms. Schottenheimer. What was your understanding of Miles Kwok's relationship with William J.E.?
At that time, William J.E. was introduced to me as Miles's interpreter for the interview that they were there to conduct.
And what was your understanding of Miles Kwok's relationship with Steve Bannon at that time?
That they were friends.
Was Callbase also present at that time?
Yes.
You mentioned that there was an interview. What do you mean?
So the reason why we were all at the hangar that day in Dallas was because Kyle was going to interview both Steve Bannon in a single interview and, in a separate interview, interview Miles Kwok.
And at that time, Ms. Schottenheimer, in 2018, what was your understanding of Kyle Bass's relationship with Miles Kwok?
That they had been introduced through Steve Bannon and had a lot of similar views of China. China's financial system, and the Communist Party of China.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can please display what I believe is in evidence as Government Exhibit 103. Ms. Schottenheimer, who is this individual?
This is William J.E.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can please display for the witness only, what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 123. Who is this individual?
Steve Bannon.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers 123.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 123 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, publish that, please. Ms. Schottenheimer, how did Miles Kwok arrive to the airplane hangar where this interview took place?
It was my understanding that he had flown into a separate FBO.
What's an FBO?
I don't know the acronym, but basically there are different FBOs at the airport. It's basically a different hangar as to where the airplane lands and is stored.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus. You mentioned that there is to be an interview that Mr. Bass was going to conduct. What sort of interview at that time period did Mr. Bass conduct?
So there is a show called there's a group called Real Vision. And it is a series, it's an interview series that people can subscribe to. And Kyle has a number of different people that his interviews with a number of different people, as well as people interviewing him.
And did Mr. Bass, in fact, interview Miles Kwok in this airplane hangar?
He did.
Did you witness that?
I did.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can display for the witness, please, what's been marked for identification as GX1007V1. Apologies. This is Government Exhibit W1007V1. My fault. Ms. Loftus. Can you scroll through that so Ms. Schottenheimer can take a look at that? Ms. Schottenheimer, do you recognize this?
Yes. This is the Real Vision interview that was conducted between Kyle Bass interviewed Miles Kwok.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers GXW1007V1.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit W1007V1 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can publish that, please, Ms. Loftus. Bring it back to the beginning. And if we can please play this, Ms. Loftus.
Video played.
Mr. Finkel said, pause it there. Ms. Schottenheimer first, who is the individual on the screen?
That is Miles Kwok.
And who is the other individual?
Kyle Bass.
There are some terms that Mr. Bass and Mr. Kwok use. First term they use is something called FX reserves. What is your understanding of what that means?
Foreign exchange reserves is in context of, just broadly is foreign exchange reserves is something that a country keeps on their balance sheet.
And Mr. Kwok uses a term called the M2. What is that?
M2 is money in circulation.
And this minute and 50-second clip that we watched, Ms. Schottenheimer, just generally speaking. What is it that Mr. Kwok and Mr. Bass are discussing?
They are discussing the issues with the China economy.
Mr. Finkel said, can you play from there, please, Ms. Loftus?
Video played.
Mr. Finkel said, pause it there, please. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this chart that Mr. Bass referred to that Mr. Kwok had provided him, Mr. Bass?
It's a comparison of the U.S. and Chinese GDP versus currency supply.
How is that, if at all, relevant to what Mr. Kwok and Mr. Bass are discussing?
That China just grew its currency supply at a massive rate in order to kind of grow its economy.
This chart, aside from this interview, have you seen it in other places?
Yes. Kyle asked permission from Miles to put it in one of our decks.
Can you explain what you mean by decks?
Yes. One of our presentations. I can't recall exactly which one. But we have an evolving Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund presentation that we put in updated charts from time to time. And I recall having a snapshot at the beginning of this graphic and a snapshot at the end inserted into the presentation.
So this graphic came from Mr. Kwok, and Mr. Bass used it in a presentation he made?
Correct. Yes.
If I can ask, Ms. Schottenheimer, to point the microphone directly at your mouth, it's directional. And everyone can hear you. Thank you. Mr. Finkel said, and Ms. Loftus, We can continue to play this video.
Video played. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, Mr. Bass asked the question, why does the Hong Kong dollar have a peg? What is your understanding of what that means? What is the Hong Kong dollar peg?
The Hong Kong dollar is pegged to the US dollar. It's banded to the US dollar, meaning there's 10 cents of kind of flexibility that it trades within.
What does it mean for a currency to be pegged to another currency?
Basically, one currency adopts the value of another currency, and it pegs its currency to that second currency.
Based on your understanding, how does the Hong Kong economy actually peg its dollar to the US dollar?
So there's something called the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. And the HKMA maintains US dollars and US dollar assets on its balance sheet in order to maintain the peg to the US currency.
Approximately how long has this peg been in place?
Since October of 1983.
And is this peg still in place today?
It is.
And in 2018, when this interview took place, Ms. Schottenheimer, what was Hayman Capital's view about whether that peg would persist?
Hayman had the view that the Hong Kong peg no longer made sense, and it would cease to exist in some period of time.
And did Hayman Capital offer any financial products around this time, 2018, based on that thesis?
Yes.
And what was that financial product called?
Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
Mr. Finkel said, we can continue playing from there, Ms. Loftus.
Video played. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Schottenheimer, what is your understanding of what Mr. Kwok is saying is fake versus true?
So as you saw from the graphic, China had disproportionately grown their economy through just by printing money, putting additional money supply into the economy, so essentially propping it up. Hong Kong has a real economy that's essentially tied to the US dollar is the difference, I think, is what he is referring to.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can please display for the witness what's been marked for identification as GXW 1007V3. Can you just scrub through that so Ms. Schottenheimer can take a look? Ms. Schottenheimer, what is this?
This is still the Real Vision interview between Carl Bass and Miles Kwok.
Is it a clip of that interview?
Yes.
Approximately how long was the whole interview?
An hour.
Mr. Finkel said, the government offers GXW 1007V3.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit W 1007V3 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, after you publish that, if I could ask you to please roll to the beginning and play it for the members of the jury.
Video played.
Ms. Schottenheimer, towards the beginning of that clip, Mr. Bass said something that this is a big problem. Mr. Kwok disagrees and says it's not a big problem. What is your understanding of what they are referring to?
I'd have to see the beginning of the clip again.
Mr. Finkel said, can we play the beginning of the clip?
Video played.
Ms. Schottenheimer, what is your understanding?
So Kyle is talking about the dwindling excess reserves that are supporting the Hong Kong dollar. The way that it works is when the Hong Kong dollar trades to $7.75, it is at the strong side of the band. So the HKMA needs to come in and intervene to keep the Hong Kong dollar within the band. And so it sells its US dollars to buy Hong Kong dollars. Same thing when it trades to the weak side of the band. Just $7.85 Hong Kong dollar per US dollar. So then the HKMA needs to come in and buy US dollars and buy Hong Kong dollars and sell US dollars. And what Kyle is referring to is they have spent 78% of their excess reserve. So their ability to maintain this peg has dwindled from 100% down to 38%. And that is what Kyle is talking about.
And Mr. Kwok disagrees with that. And what is his view?
His view is that it's just two options. He wants to take a step back and talk about how Hong Kong has the ability to become a fake economy just like China. They can lie about their numbers, they can print their way out of the problem. Or they can show the world that they don't have enough excess dollars to maintain the peg. Which to me kind of goes back to Kyle's first point.
And if the second option comes to pass, that there's not enough dollars to maintain the peg, what would happen?
Likely the market would call out Hong Kong, and there would be a stress to the peg. It would trade outside of the peg, and likely eventually break.
You used the term band when you were explaining. Can you just explain the band?
The band. Yes. The Hong Kong dollar trades within a band to the US dollar. $7.75 Hong Kong dollar per US dollar, and then the range goes, on the other side of that is $7.85. So 7.75 to 7.85 is the Hong Kong band to the US dollar.
You mentioned before that Hayman offers something called the Hong Kong Opportunities Fund?
Yes.
Can you describe what the Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is?
The Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is a hedge fund product that has a specific strategy, where it is bearish on the Hong Kong dollar, and it is dedicated to just shorting the Hong Kong dollar.
So if the peg, the band, were to break, what impact would that have on an investment in the Hong Kong Opportunity Fund?
It would have a positive monetary impact on the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund.
And, Ms. Schottenheimer, broadly speaking, is the Hong Kong Opportunity Fund a risky investment?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, specifically, in share class B, which is a dedicated share class to expressing this trade 100% in options. Meaning that if the options expire out of the money, you would lose 100% of your investment.
You mentioned something called share class B. Does that have another name?
Yes, share class B is the prodigious series.
When did Hayman start offering as an investment the Hong Kong Opportunity Fund?
Share class A.
Sure.
Okay. The original Hayman, yes, January of 2017.
And when did share class B, the prodigious series, become available?
The first closing was June of 2020.
Mr. Finkel said, "We can take that down, Ms. Loftus." Ms. Schottenheimer, did there come a time, if ever, when Miles Kwok sought to invest in a Hayman product?
Yes.
When approximately was that?
May of 2020.
And what was your role, if any, in Kwok sought Hayman investment?
I'm responsible for coordinating and processing the subscription booklet.
And what investment, withdrawn? What financial product did Kwok invest in?
He invested in the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund Share Class B, a prodigious series.
And how large was Kwok's investment in the prodigious series?
$100 million.
Mr. Finkel said, "We can display for the witness what's been marked for identification as GXHN26. Just flip through it so Ms. Schottenheimer can take a look at it. Go back to the first page, please." Ms. Schottenheimer, what is HN26?
This is an email to William J. from myself on Saturday, May 23, 2020. Of me sharing the Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund Prodigious Series presentation, and a playback link to the webcast that Kyle had hosted earlier that month.
Mr. Finkel said, "Government offers HN26.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit HN26 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can publish that, please, Ms. Loftus. And if you can zoom in at the top, please. You can see the text. Perfect. Ms. Schottenheimer, now that the jury can see it, to whom did you send this email?"
William J.
And why did you send this email to William J.?
Because Kyle Bass asked me to.
And what's the date of this email?
May 23, 2020.
And what's the subject?
Confidential playback details Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund LP Prodigious Series.
And what is your understanding of why Kyle Bass asked you to send this email to William J.E.?
Because Miles was interested in potentially investing.
In what product?
The Hayman Hong Kong Opportunities Fund Share Class B Prodigious Series.
And, Ms. Schottenheimer, in this time, May of 2020. What was your understanding of William J.E.'s role with respect to Miles Kwok?
That he was the head or chief investment officer of Miles' family office.
By family office, you mean what?
Family office is a dedicated investment office to managing the wealth of an individual. So this was an office, this was a group of people dedicated to managing the wealth of Miles Kwok.
Mr. Finkel said, we can zoom out of that, Ms. Loftus, and go to the next page of the document, please. Zoom in on that. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping.
And is there a watermark on this PowerPoint?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because we track all of the presentations that we send to potential investors.
And what is the watermark on this particular PowerPoint?
William J.E., it's his email address.
Mr. Finkel said, you can go, please, to page 34 of this, Ms. Loftus. Let's go back a page or forward a page, excuse me. Ms. Schottenheimer, can you read the first bullet on this page?
Targeting notional exposure of approximately 200 times each dollar invested given current pricing as of May 4, 2020.
And what does that mean?
So based on pricing in early May, we were targeting being able to achieve 200 times exposure for every dollar invested being short the Hong Kong dollar via the Hong Kong dollar options that we were purchasing.
And 200 times the dollar investment. Can you just explain that?
Correct. If you invest $1, you'd be short $200 of US of Hong Kong dollars.
Generally speaking, Ms. Schottenheimer, in your role as Managing Director of Investor Relations, how does Hayman market this product, the Prodigious Series, to potential investors?
We market this as a very high-risk, a potential high-return strategy.
And what is your understanding of why investors invest in it?
There's typically two buckets of investors that are interested in investing in our Hong Kong product. The first is a defensive position, meaning they are using this as a hedge for their broader portfolio. They might have some sort of exposure to emerging markets, direct exposure to China, Asia. And this is a defensive play, meaning they put a very small allocation of their overall portfolio into this product to protect them if the second largest economy were to have a substantial dislocation.
And what's the offensive play?
The offensive play is when an investor understands that this risk in being priced in the marketplace it's wrong. That it's way too cheap, and that it will be repriced over time.
The fourth bullet, Ms. Schottenheimer, starts. Capital exhaustion strategy.
Yes.
Read that, and explain to the members of the jury what that means.
Capital exhaustion strategy employs maximum capital efficiency. So when we offer in this product is you can put a $25,000 minimum to invest in this product, and it's very capital efficient. Meaning that every dollar that you invest is going to provide massive notional exposure. You kind of refer to that first bullet point of 200 times.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. The page after that. Thank you. Ms. Schottenheimer, what is management fee, which I believe is the fourth row of this line?
Yes. There's a one-time management fee when investing in the Prodigious Series. And essentially it's a fee to the asset manager for managing the capital.
And the asset manager here would be who?
Hayman Capital Management.
And then I think 2 rows below that it says lock, 2-year hard lock. What does that mean?
Well, the strategy was it's an 18 to 2 year It's a 12-month to 24-month strategy. And so the 2-year lock implies that there is no ability to get your capital out. Once you invest, it's permanently invested in the fund. There's no rights to withdraw your capital.
Ms. Schottenheimer, can investment in the prodigious series take down the CCP?
No.
Can an investment in the prodigious series affect the Chinese economy?
Mr. Kairmaistrello said, objection.
The court said, you'll have to step up.
Continued on next page. At sidebar.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, should we just send the jury home?
The court said, yes, I think it's a good idea.
Mr. Finkel said, okay.
In open court.
The court said, members of the jury, it's 2:45, so it's time to end for the day. Remember that you are not permitted to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anybody to discuss the case with you. Have a good evening and get back here tomorrow on time. Thank you.
Jury not present.
The court said, please be seated.
Mr. Kairmaistrello said, Your Honor, do you want to excuse the witness?
Court said, oh yes. Feel step down. Don't discuss your testimony.
Witness not present.
The court said, I'll hear the objection.
Mr. Kairmaistrello said, yes, Your Honor. So I understand that she was not qualified as a securities expert, she wasn't noticed. She certainly has not been noticed as an expert on macroeconomics and the impact that any particular strategy may have on the broader Chinese economy. I don't know if she even has the expertise to opine on that, given that she's in investor relations, as far as I know. Not an actual economist. And her personal perspective with respect to whether it would impact the Chinese economy has no relevance in the case.
Mr. Finkel said, So, Your Honor, if the defense wants to stipulate that the defendant did not believe, that this investment would have any impact on the Chinese economy, then yeah, it wouldn't be relevant. I'm not sure exactly what their point is on that.
Mr. Kairmaistrello said, we're not stipulating to that at all. But this particular witness's view as to whether that happens or could happen has no bearing on Mr. Guo's perspective certainly. But also, again, she is not offered as an expert to testify about the macroeconomic effects of a particular strategy. If she wants to talk about that was not Hayman's intent or that was not her understanding about what Hayman was trying to do, that's one thing. But to talk about it broadly, you for sure have a 403 issue at that point. Because now we're going to have to start talking about all the ways in which it could. The various economic trends that might apply. I don't know how we go from this witness testifying about the process of qualifying Mr. Guo for this investment to the broader question about what will or will not take down the CCP or the Chinese economy.
Mr. Finkel said, So, Your Honor, if the defense, as it seems to be, is going to assert that Mr. Guo believed that this investment would take down the CCP, it is certainly relevant what Ms. Schottenheimer, who is the Managing Director of Investor Relations for this particular financial products, what her view and Hayman's view is of the impact of this financial product in fact on whether it can take down the CCP or impact the broader Chinese economy. There are two reasons why this is the case. The first reason, Your Honor, is Ms. Schottenheimer is the one who interacted with William J. about this particular investment. So certainly Hayman's view and Ms. Schottenheimer's view. Her interactions with Mr. J. are relevant to the jury's consideration, which appears to be the defense that Mr. Guo believed this financial product could take down the CCP. If that's their defense, we have an opportunity to essentially put in evidence that goes against it. If they want to back off that and say that that's not their defense, or they'll stipulate it won't affect the Chinese economy, that's fine. If they don't, they're free to cross-examine her on these issues.
The court said, So are you going to elicit testimony that she discussed this opinion with Mr. J.E.?
Mr. Finkel said, So, Your Honor, I don't know if that happened is the answer to the court's question directly. What I do know is that Ms. Schottenheimer, her job is this deck which was sent to Mr. J.E. which is a representation of what Hayman believed this financial product does. I also know that Ms. Schottenheimer has a view which she explained in part today about the purpose of this financial product and, importantly, how Hayman markets it. Now, Mr. Bass, as has been clear from Ms. Schottenheimer's testimony and from the video we watched, has a negative view of the CCP. So does Ms. Schottenheimer. But they know, because, in fact, it is true, that this financial investment doesn't impact the CCP. It's a bet. It's a way to make money or hedge against losing money. And so if the defense is going to argue that Mr. Guo in his heart of hearts believed that this financial investment could take down the CCP, the government, which has the burden, has the ability to introduce evidence to the contrary. And I say again, Your Honor, that to the extent the defense is not seeking to make that defense, then yes, this wouldn't be relevant.
Mr. Kamraju said, so I'd like to make just a couple of points on it. And I think there are a few distinctions that are important. First of all, Ms. Schottenheimer's job as investor relations is not to design the investment products. She's very clear about that. The witness who does that is Mr. Bass. What she does is she communicates with potential investors, qualifies them whether they can purchase it, and then takes in their subscription information. She does not set the investment policy at all. She does not design it, she's not the person who creates it. She's not the person who runs the models for it, she doesn't do any of that. And if Mr. Finkel asked her if she did any of that on the stand, she would say no. Second, in her 3,500 material, she makes clear that she has never spoken with William J.E. on the phone. So the only communications that the government has produced to the defense, and I don't know if they have any others, are email communications. None of which mention Ms. Schottenheimer's opinion as to whether this could take down the CCP or not. Or Hayman's opinion more broadly.
The court said, is there anything in the deck concerning their opinion about the impact of this product on the Chinese economy? Honor.
Mr. Kamraju said, he just showed her the deck, Your.
The court said, I'm asking him.
Mr. Kamraju said, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me still, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, so, Your Honor, yes. I mean, the deck is about Hayman's view of that the Chinese economy, this is in 2020. When they sent this deck, that the Chinese economy is faltering. And that there's stress that's being put in particular on the Hong Kong Central Bank. And as a result of that stress, the peg or the band, as Ms. Schottenheimer explained it, is going to break. And what this financial product is designed to do, which Ms. Schottenheimer may not have designed, but knows how it works because her job is to market it to investors and explain it to people. That's what she does. She travels the world doing that, in fact, so she has knowledge of it. Even if she wasn't the one in the Excel sheet deciding which swaps to invest in, she certainly knows how it works. And so the way that Hayman markets this product, and was marketed through email to William J. and in other ways, is relevant to the consideration that the jury is going to make, which apparently is their defense that they haven't disclaimed. Their defense is apparently Mr. Guo believed that an investment of $100 million of GTV investor money into Hayman's Hong Kong Opportunities Fund was a way to fight the CCP. Making the broader point that everything is fine here, ladies and gentlemen. Because all these investors really cared about was taking down the CCP, and that's what this investment was going to do. In fact, Your Honor, that's not true. And Ms. Schottenheimer knows it's not true. And she's entitled to explain that to the jury. It will be for the jury, not for me, not for defense counsel, but for the jury to decide whether Ms. Schottenheimer's view or the defense's view is the correct view. But they are entitled to evidence on both sides of the coin.
Mr. Kamraju said, Your Honor, first of all, The question that was asked was not about Hayman's intent or Ms. Schottenheimer's intent in designing the fund. It was, can an investment in this fund take down the CCP, and can it take down the Chinese economy? There's a distinction between what the fund decided to do when it designed the products and what the actual impact in the real world would be.
The court said, 1 second. Would you agree with me that there's a difference between making a representation that cryptocurrency is a safe investment, a legitimate investment, and giving an opinion about cryptocurrency on the world economy?
Mr. Finkel said, "Are you asking me, Your Honor?"
The court said yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "So yes. But I think there's a distinction between that hypothetical, which I agree with Your Honor on, and what's happening here. And there still hasn't been from the defense any disclaiming of a defense about Mr. Guo's view. And therefore, I think Ms. Schottenheimer is entitled to at least, and I can frame the question this way, based on her understanding. How does this financial product work, and what is its effect based on her understanding? And I am certain that the defense will cross-examine her on that."
The court said, I understand that you'd like to bring out her opinion, but she's not an economist.
Mr. Finkel said, "So, Your Honor, it's not her opinion. It's her understanding. To the extent it's an opinion. It's a 701 opinion based on her perceptions as an employee of Hayman Capital. And we don't need to introduce. I don't think, Your Honor, because we have a percipient witness, a 702 expert on the mechanics of this particular investment. We have a witness who is familiar with how this product is marketed, how this product works, and has an understanding of how it works in the broader economy. That understanding is certainly relevant under Rule 401. There's not a 403 problem. How the jury will weigh all this information is up to the jury. But it passes the threshold test to allow us to elicit this information, particularly when, which is clear now. Your Honor, the defense is going to argue, probably at closing, that everything was fine here because this investment was a way to take down the CCP. They can cross Ms. Schottenheimer on her lack of credentials, and the jury will assess what weight, if any, to assign to Ms. Schottenheimer's understanding of this financial product. But as an employee of Hayman, who markets this product for a living and has worked there for 25 years, her understanding of what this financial product does is relevant, is admissible, and the jury should be allowed to consider it.
The court said, so any individual who's hawking a financial product, you're saying, can give an opinion about the effect of the product on a given economy?
Mr. Finkel said, so, Your Honor, maybe. I'm not talking about every financial expert or every financial product or whatever. But in this case, I think yes. I think Ms. Schottenheimer is entitled to do that, because she has personal knowledge of the facts at issue. Given what their defense is, it's clearly relevant. We don't need.
The court said, I'm not asking about relevancy. I'm asking whether or not this witness is qualified to offer the opinion.
Mr. Finkel said, so she is under Rule 701. It's a 701 opinion, right? Because it's based on her percipient information, her percipient knowledge. It would be no different, for example, than someone who is a lay witness talking about, for example, slang terms that they've experienced and used. One could also put on a 702 expert to testify about their understanding of terms that they don't use. But if a witness has a perception that has an opinion rationally based on their perception, which is what Ms. Schottenheimer has, it qualifies under 701. And the financial products here itself, Ms. Schottenheimer has knowledge of.
The court said, all right, so I'm going to allow you to brief this evening, and you'll come back. What time is it? So I want the government's brief by 8 and the defense brief by 10.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, that's totally fine. We'll do that. If I can just ask the court to inquire whether part of the defense is Mr. Guo believing that an investment in the Hong Kong Opportunities Fund is a way to take down the CCP.
The court said, I'm sorry. I thought it was later than it is. I think I should make that earlier. 1 second. I'll have the government's papers due at 6 and then the defense papers at 8.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor. And just in the context of the court's consideration and part of the government's arguments, can the court inquire of the defense whether one argument they may make is that Mr. Guo believed that an investment in the Hong Kong Opportunities prodigious series of $100 million was a way to fight the Chinese government, or the Chinese economy, or the CCP?
The court said, So are you anticipating making that argument?
Mr. Kumraju said, I'm certainly reserving the right to make that argument, Your Honor.
The court said, I can't compel them to divulge their defense.
Mr. Finkel said, Understood. As long as the government knows, so they can respond that it very well may be an argument made at closing. And it will assimilate that into its briefing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kumraju said, Your Honor, I know we'll address this in briefing, but just since 701 is brought up. Just to complete the citation of 701. 701 also says that the proffered lay opinion needs to be helpful to the understanding.
The court said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Mr. Kumraju said, 701, if you continue reading it past the provision that Mr. Finkel read, says that the testimony also has to be helpful to clearly understanding the witness's testimony and not based on scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge within the scope of Rule 702. There is no universe in which a witness could testify that a particular economic strategy would destroy a global economy without some form of specialized knowledge.
The court said, Well, I am eager to hear from you.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kumraju said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Adjourned to May 31st, 2024, at 9:00 a.m.